Hey guys, tonight we drift toward shores where moonlight paints the ocean silver, the rhythmic kiss of waves on black sand steady as a lover's heartbeat. You stand where ancestors once waded ashore, their double-hulled canoes slicing through coral-filled waters like stone blades through ripe fruit. Modern life fades here, replaced by cricket song and the wet slap of fronds against your ankles. Let's be real. If you tried navigating these seas right now, you'd capsize before spotting the first shark fin. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment with your nearest ocean's name and local time. Let's map our restless tribe across the globe. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. Warm salt air floods your nostrils as you kneel, digging calloused fingers into damp shoreline grit. Each grain holds echoes, volcano-born islands birthed over molten millennia, now cradling your bare feet. 14 navigational stars prick the velvet sky tonight, Pleiades shimmering like fishing hooks snagged on black cloth. You recognize them, same as those ancient wayfinders who crossed 2,000 nautical miles without compasses. Historians still argue whether Polynesians reached the Americas before Columbus, debating chicken bones buried in Chilean soil. But your grandfather taught you simpler truths, like why moonlight on water reveals more paths than noon sun ever could. His voice murmurs in the wind, now rough as coconut husk, telling you to watch the waves' angles. Canoe builders once listened to trees, placing ears against koa trunks to hear which ones dreamed of becoming hulls. Quirky, but modern arborists confirm wood emits unique stress frequencies when bent, almost like silent songs. Your palms flatten against cool sand, feeling the undertow's vibration deep beneath the beach. It's a pulse older than coral reefs, older than the first man who lashed logs together and dared chase horizons. Breathe in that briny tang isn't just decay, it's promise. Rot feeds new life here, driftwood becoming nurseries for neon fish, crushed shells firming the path beneath your soles. You spot a darker patch of ocean where currents collide, whirling like dancers before a feast. That's your signal. Tomorrow's fishing grounds revealed by moonlight wrestling wave patterns. A fruit bat flutters overhead, wing beats softer than moth wings against paper. It's hunting night-blooming flowers, guided by scent trails you'll never smell, landmarks you'll never see. Your eyes trace the beach's curve, shadowed palms bowing toward the sea like servants offering tribute. Their roots drink salt water, yet they stand tall, a paradox you're only beginning to grasp. Waves hush now, low tide, exposing tide pools where tiny lives cling to volcanic rock. Anemones retract, sensitive to your shadow, while black crabs skitter sideways into moonlit cracks. You pluck a fallen frangipani blossom, pressing its ivory petals between thumb and forefinger. Its sweetness sharpens the air, a fragrant secret traded between land and sea. Overhead, the Southern Cross tilts, its pointer stars beckoning toward lands your bones ache to visit. Those constellations aren't static. They shift like relatives at a reunion, each with stories you've heard before. Dig your toes deeper, sand cooling, as you breach the damp layers below the sun-baked crust. Not many know Pacific Islanders used buried rocks as refrigerators, preserving breadfruit in earth-cooled pits for lean seasons. A fish leaps offshore, silver body flashing like a dagger tossed skyward. Its splash sends ripples toward you, each ring carrying whispers from depths where light never reaches. You cup seawater in your palms, letting it trickle through your fingers. Liquid moonlight pools in your lifelines, brief constellations, mapping futures you can't yet navigate. Cicadas crescendo, their buzz saw chorus, vibrating your sternum. Locals call them nature's metronome, keeping time for rituals older than written words. Stars reflect on wet sand now, mirroring the sky, until you stand between two heavens. You almost expect to float upward, pulled into that colder, quieter ocean above. The breeze shifts, carrying wood smoke from a distant village fire. It mingles with salt and plumeria, a scent so thick you could braid it into rope. Far out, bioluminescence flares, neon blue streaks darting beneath the waves. Microorganisms celebrating some microscopic event, or perhaps just dancing because they still can. Blink, the ocean's rhythm syncs with your eyelids, each wave pulling you deeper into its lullaby. Your heartbeat slows, matching the tide's retreat, as if blood remembers its ancient salinity. Darkness hugs the horizon, bruised purple bleeding into stardusted black. Night isn't empty here, it's crammed with rustles and sighs, a symphony performed just once. The frangipani falls from your slack grip, carried off by a wavelet that gulps it whole. Inky water swirls around your ankles now, cool silk sliding over sun-warmed skin. You know dawn will bleach these stars away, turning mysteries back into chores. But tonight, you float between worlds, breath deep one last lungful of flower-studded darkness. Tomorrow, the real work begins. But for now, you let the waves unspool your thoughts until they're thin as sennit thread, useless for anything except dreaming. And isn't that the point? You squint at grandfather's palms under low moonlight, each crease deeper than the last wave-carved reef. Those hands shaped your first fishing net at 7, knots as precise as constellations overhead. Stories ripple through his thumbprint whorls, tales of steering by jellyfish glow when stars played coy. Historians still argue whether Pacific wayfinders tasted ocean currents to track their path. But grandfather knows. He lets brine dry into skin cracks, preserving the sea's secrets like salt-cured memories. Watch close now. His voice rasps like palm fronds in a dry wind. One finger traces the horizon, the North Star winking between his knuckles. You copy the gesture, your untrained hand trembling. He chuckles, a sound like pebbles rolling ashore. Steady as the Hokule's rudder, or you'll chase your own tail past Tahiti. His joke hangs between you, yet the weight of legacy presses your shoulders. Tonight's lesson lives in blisters. He guides your fingers along a whalebone compass, its carvings mirroring the Argo Navis constellation. Scholars praise Polynesians for Venus-guided voyages, but your people whispered to the Lesser Magellanic Cloud instead. Grandfather's callus catches your wrist when you drift southward. That way lies Rapa Nui, where giant heads eat careless sailors. His poker face holds until you spot the crow's feet crinkling. Dawn approaches, the worst moment for young hands. Sirius fades faster than your courage when gripping the steering paddle. Grandfather's shadow engulfs yours, a human sail guiding your wobbling stance. His palm settles on your scalp brief and solid as a coral atoll. 7 generations live in that touch, men who memorized wave patterns like children's lullabies. Marine archaeologists found voyaging canoes older than Christ's sandals, yet grandfather scoffs at carbon dating. Our timeline's written in koa tree rings, not lab machines. His thumb flicks toward a seabird gliding home. A nod only initiates understand. Historians theorize extinct Hackaway birds led navigators, but he prefers red-tailed tropic birds screeching real-time directions. You mimic his bird-speak whistle. It cracks mid-note. Grandfather's laughter shakes the gourds tied to his belt, a rhythm only dawn tides comprehend. His left pinky points where gray meets blue, the untaught path. Your great uncle vanished there, swallowed by doldrums and bad math. Solitude follows his exit, each footprint erased by rising waves. Yet his teachings cling like barnacles, calcifying into instinct. Tonight, you'll practice reading wind through coconut hair strands, while land-bound men still trust compass needles. Morning bleeds across sand, warm as spilled squid ink on your bare feet. The koa tree stands sentinel where dune meets jungle bark, silvered by decades of salt spray. You circle its girth, 3 arm spans wide at least. Grandfather claimed storms deliver perfect timber, tossing driftwood like dice from distant shores. Historians note Hawaiian canoes, favored koa, its dense grain shrugging off hungry seas for generations. Your palm meets rough bark. A sting shoots up the arm sharp as coral cuts. The trunk thrums not metaphor, but actual vibration under your touch. Oceanographers once measured similar hums in old-growth trees, but dismissed it as coastal wind. Fringe theorists insist woods store memories, that polished canoe prows replay forgotten voyages like gramophone wax. A sea-worn axe rests nearby, handle wrapped in dried shark skin for grip. First strike, the blade skitters off wood like a startled crab. Second, swing bites deeper, splinters flying like green sparks. Third hit echoes low and resonant as temple gongs. 11 chips predict rain, grandfather's tally system, before barometers invaded. Sun climbs your shadow pools beneath ankles, a dark puddle of sweat and effort. Wood grain reveals itself in amber waves, each swirl mapping tides unseen by land eyes. You carve following these liquid roads, adze dancing between growth rings. Roundworm trails become rivers, knotholes turn into atolls under your blade's focus. A fly lands on your brow, drawn by salt-crusting temple veins. You blow upward, flapping lips like reef fish gasping air. The pest dodges, buzzing straight into a waiting spider's web. Justice served eight-legged style. Peel away bark strips, revealing cream-colored flesh beneath. The scent punches nostrils, sharp pine notes twined with rotting kelp funk. You gag just once before the smell sweetens into something like candied ginger. Grandfather swore seasoned builders develop wood nose, detecting termites through timber pheromones alone. Muscles scream as the trunk hollows, ribs aching with each mallet knock. Rest comes knee-deep in tide pools, saltwater numbing blisters into leathery lumps. Tiny fish dart around toes, silver flashes, spelling escape routes you memorize. Histories argue whether Polynesian canoe builders used dolphin echolocation to find prime trees, a theory mocked by academics, but whispered in island firelight. Twilight paints, sawdust copper flecks catching light like miniature mirrors. The rudimentary hull emerges, 26 hand lengths long and crooked as a drunkard's smile. Tomorrow brings symmetry, but tonight demands gratitude. You press coral to the koa's wound, a blood-red plug sealing the cut. The trunk groans, a noise neighbors blame on settling beach ghosts. Timber veterans swear great trees sigh when honored with proper purpose. Skeptics cite dry rot, but you know satisfaction when you hear it. The adze blade hangs heavy in your grip, weighted with 43 generations of trial and tsunami sweat. Archaeologists poke through old canoe workshops, obsessed with basalt tools left behind like fossilized teeth. Your own blade whispers different secrets, its edge thirsty for green wood instead of praise. First swing pulls muscle, the strike landing square just above the canoe's imagined waterline. Koa chips explode, ricocheting off your shins like angry hornets. You hop backward, bare feet, avoiding splinters the size of baby eels. Grandfather's voice chides from memory. Stand still, wood only bites those who flee. Rhythm finds you by the fifth strike, shoulders loosening into metronome precision. Impact, lift, breathe, a sequence older than the ruins of Nan Madol. That sunken city's basalt columns still baffle scholars. How did islanders move stones heavier than whales? Your adze answers with each thwack. Every culture hides its magic in daily labor. Sweat slicks the sharkskin handle, a marine stink mixing with sawdust perfume. You're grateful now for those calluses, leather mittens grown over 6 monsoons. Without them, friction would peel palm skin like overripe mango flesh. The blade hesitates mid-swing, a hidden knot deflecting steel with woody arrogance. Typical koa drama. You mutter, tapping the stubborn patch with a coral shard. Legend claims canoe builders spat kava juice on rebellious timber, fermented respect, softening its mood. You try saliva instead, hawking a loogie worthy of a drunk pirate. Heat shimmers above the hull, noon air warping like wet papyrus, blinking away stingy sweat. You spot carvings emerging between strikes, not made by your hand. Whirlpools and jellyfish bloom in the wood grain guides for a voyage not yet dreamed. Oceanographers once scanned such patterns, hunting climate data in tree rings. Fringed journals swear ancient trees witnessed Atlantis's fall, absorbing screams into their cellulose. A blister bursts on your thumb, juice mingling with koa sap in sticky communion. You grin, recalling grandfather's recipe for seaman glue, clamshell lime, and human blood. His wink always followed just a few drops, Don't be a baby. Chip after chip, the hull's belly deepens, each scoop echoing like a conch shell pressed to your ear. The sound vibrates molars, throat, collarbones. Scientists blame it on acoustics, hollow spaces amplifying frequency. Old navigators swore their canoes hummed when pointed toward home. Your elbows wobble, fatigue turning bones to sodden breadfruit. Time for the lunch, hidden under banana leaves, salted octopus, and cold taro paste. The adze rests blade up, avoiding dirt that dulls its hunger. Ritual demands tools never touch earth when not working, a tradition some claim honors volcano gods. Real talk, sand in the grip, feels worse than broken glass in slippers. Chewing rubbery tentacle, you study the hull's emerging spine. 16 ribs left to carve, each needing symmetrical curves. Humans love symmetry, grandfather scoffed, but waves prefer surprises. He'd leave intentional flaws, navigation scars defying perfection's curse. Post-meal swings flow easier, muscles warm as sun-baked lagoons. The adze sings now, high ping of metal, deep thump of wood parting, quick hiss of splinters airborne. Historians still argue whether Polynesians prized rhythm over speed, or if haste sank more canoes than storms. Twilight arrives, cooling blisters with ocean breath. Dusk transforms flying chips into glowing embers, your own private meteor shower. They land, softly arranging themselves into constellations only tide pools could name. You stop mid-swing, blade frozen above a fibrous welt in the wood. Blood rushes to fingers, pulsing double time with the tide beyond shore. Impossible, yet here it sits, a perfect whale shape emerging near the stern. No chisel touched this spot, no knife grazed its edges. Grandfather's words return like a slap. Wood chooses its destiny. Builder just clears the path. You touch the whale's outline, half expecting warm skin instead of splintered grain. Under moonlight, the shape glows faintly blue bioluminescent algae. Fungus. Magic. Rubbing sandy eyes, you peer closer. The whale swims upstream against the wood's natural current. A shiver climbs your spine, hair prickling like urchin spines. 3 villages south, a fisherman once claimed his canoe sprouted coral patterns mid-voyage. Colleagues blamed rum, but tonight you almost believe. The first stars watch as you pack tools, leaving the whale to shimmer unseen by dawn's logic. Tomorrow brings mallet and patience, but tonight, let mysteries dance in sawdust dreams. Fingers trace the whale's outline before dawn lights its blues. Last night's magic now, just grooved wood under thumb. You kneel, palms flat against the hull's damp curve, ready to meet whatever the grain confesses today. Some claim Polynesian canoe builders entered trance states while hollowing timber. But grandfather called it listening with your blisters instead of ears. First strokes peel thin strips. No hacking now, just patient paring like deboning a fish. Splinters prickle your wrists, tiny sea urchins seeking blood tribute. The chisel handle wears a dent where grandfather's ring finger rubbed raw 2 monsoons back. His ghost hand still guides yours, steadying when blade strays toward soft pulpwood. Mid-morning sun heats resin oozing from the koa, sweet rot musk mixing with salt crust on your lips. Historians found shell scrapers in old Tongan workshops, proof our ancestors shaped hulls with coral and grit before iron arrived. You try a cowrie-edged fragment from the tool basket, scooping ribbons softer than tapa cloth. The shell bites slower, demanding respect modern steel forgets. Hollowing deepens, each inch carved revealing darker wood beneath, a tree's twisted youth frozen in rings. Oceanographers dissect such rings, hunting typhoon records from centuries past. Fringe types whisper that Kumari Kandam's drowned cities live inside ancient logs, their streets etched in lignin labyrinths. Today's dig reveals only termite tracks spiraling into nothingness, bug graffiti from a rave 6 rainy seasons gone. Sweat drips, hitting the curved belly with faint pings. Each drop makes the half-formed canoe hum, a bass tone felt in molars, not ears. Whale song or trapped air. Scientists mapped similar vibrations in Hawaiian drum logs, predicting acoustic resonance within 0.3% accuracy. Old navigators ignored numbers, claiming a well-hollowed hull sang when aligned with southern swell patterns. Noon fatigue brings visions. The whale-shaped groove now resembles Queen Liliuokalni's profile, nose proud against phantom wind. Shaking your head clears royal ghosts, leaving just wood grain and blister throbs. Still better than office work, you mumble, tongue thick as we cold poi. Grandfather's joke echoes, corporate souls drown faster. They never learned to swim without neckties. Palm heel smacks the chisel rhythm sinking with incoming waves, 3 strikes per breaker. Muscle memory replaces thought, the same automatic grace as breathing or blinking. Historians still argue whether ancient builders chanted while hollowing, or if work songs arose later to impress visiting anthropologists. You test both theories, growling a half-remembered fishing chant until the blade skids, almost filleting your left shin. Twilight smooths wood's rough patches, the hull glowing amber like bottled sunshine. Your knuckles brush its inner curve, felt more than seen splinters whispering against skin. Some shipwrights swore timber, imprinted with its maker's moods, rage, weakening joints. Joy sealing pitch better than fire. Scientists roll eyes. Yet stress alters wood's cellular structure as surely as termites. Eyes shut, you follow contours by touch alone, fingertips mapping highs-lows like reading storm swells at night. Gaps tell stories, a knot's defiance here, a saw's hesitation there. Your thumbnail snags on a fibrous welt grandfather's navigation scar, left decades back flaw, as compass guiding future sailors. Hunger cramps demand pause, stale banana bread rations, tasting like sweetened cardboard. Chewing, you notice resin pooling, stern side black and sticky as molasses. Legends call it phantom caulking, sap weeping to patch cracks no eye can see. Grandfather blamed it on tree spirits clinging to their flesh past death. Realistically, bacterial fermentation creates natural sealants. But tonight's myths go down easier than biochemistry. Resuming work, your chisel dislodges a wood chip shaped like turtle flippers. It spins before landing in your lap, a clumsy omen or tired joke from the universe. 4 villages north, a carpenter swore his canoe spat heart-shaped chips whenever his wife visited the workshed. Dusk air cools the hull's yawn, your arms trembling from 6 hours of careful demolition. Between strokes now, you press an ear to the half-empty cavity. Distant waves, or blood rushing through overworked joints. Some say hollowed canoes amplify whispers from beyond sandbars. Ancestors gossiping through thin wood walls. Blistered hands retreat, job paused near midnight, despite 16 ribs still uncarved. You smear coconut oil on raw skin, scent catapulting you back to age 9. Grandfather scolding your first splinter with this same balm. Sleep threatens, but the half-formed whale glints under moonlight, one eye opened by chisel scratch. Lying on woven mats, you count phantom waves instead of sheep. Each trough takes you deeper toward dreamless quiet, the kind you only earn through honest exhaustion. Somewhere in the dark, the hull settles, wood groaning against earth, like a child turning in sleep. Dawn unveils progress, surprise curved sections, smoothed overnight by dew or diligent ghosts. Wind flows through the hollow space, a low whistle tuning itself to the tide's retreat. Your plan today, carve so thin the wood sings at sunrise, so light the canoe floats on breath alone. Historians muse whether Polynesian hulls were designed by instinct or calculation. Grandfather would have spit kava juice at such questions. Plans are for landfolk. The ocean laughs at blueprints. Your pinky traces a groove that split yesterday, now seamlessly closed by phantom resin. No wonder Europeans thought our canoes magic together. They built ships thick enough to withstand cannonballs, while we sliced waves thin as wishes. By noon, the hull's ribs emerge, 87 symmetrical arcs left. Symmetry, grandfather mocked, is just fear wearing a straitjacket. Yet your chisel corrects inward, shaving a micron here-there, until curves mirror your own ribcage breathing. Silence proves loudest here, between mallet strikes, when wood releases tension with a creak older than language. Centuries of hands shaped these same motions, sweat salting timber aroma into an oddly comforting stink. Archaeologists identify canoe workshops by soil pH shifts from ancient sweat, a fact that makes you sniff your armpit reflexively. Sunset arrives, exhaustion blurring edges, and with it, the hull's first true voice. Wind gusts through the hollow, making the koa groan like a whale calf separated from kin. Vibration travels through your bare soles, reminding you that wood was once flesh, still remembers how to speak, if blistered hands know how to listen. You slump beside the whispering hull splinters, mapping constellations across your forearms. Tomorrow brings sanding and pitch, but for now, the silence between strikes says enough. Grandfather swore ancestral voices leaked out between tool sounds, guide stars trapped inside timber until release. Tonight, you almost hear his chuckle in the woods' low hum, approving this sleep, this surrender, this communion of salt skin, and eager splinters waiting to be shaped into something worthy of infinite blue. Midnight finds you clawing awake, sweat mingling with splinters palmed during fitful sleep. Salt wind shoulders through the hut's bamboo slats, carrying more than decayed fish and wet sand. Voices tonight muttering beneath gusts like stones rolling in surf. You rise, lured outside, the half-carved hull gleaming under a bashful moon. Blistered fingers unwrap yesterday's coconut bandage, skin pulsing raw as exposed nerves. Grandfather's ghost chuckles somewhere beyond the breakers. Pains, just the boat entering your blood. Easy now, easy. The blade feels heavier tonight, chisel tip trembling before meeting wood. First strikes go clumsy, shoulders tight as overstrung ukulele strings. Historians documented star-guided voyages spanning thousands of nautical miles, yet never mention how doubt chewed navigators alive before dawn. A gust whirls palm fronds into frenzied applause, then ceases, sudden as held breath. Silence follows deafening, until something rasps against your ear. Not wind, but words worn smooth as beach glass. Deeper here, near the third rib, soft flesh hides. You flinch, chisel skittering downhill, gouging a white scar below the gunwale. Heart hammers louder than mallet strikes, half expecting ancestral faces in the wood grain. Only knots stare back, their whorls neither kind nor cruel. Morning brings haze, deadening colors, until noon's sun burns it clean. You resume work, palm heel slamming chisel with military precision. Each strike chips away doubt splinter by splinter. Modern replicas collapse in open ocean trials, yet traditional designs survived millennia without CAD software or self-important naval architects. Hunger cramps twist your gut, sharp reminder of last night's unfinished dinner. You recall that half-stale breadfruit lying near the fire pit, now likely hosting an ant convention. Grandfather's voice ghosts through memory. Feast. When the work feasts on you, rest feeds fools. Blades bite wood, rhythm reclaiming control, until a knot stops progress cold. Iron meets immovable resin, shock juddering up your elbow. Here's the issue: a burl buried deep, darker than the surrounding timber. You've two choices: work around it or fight through. An image flickers behind closed lids. Grandfather kneeling here decades back, knuckle bones white on his adze handle. Same spot, same stubborn knot, same whispered argument with ghosts. He'd called it pohakaya, fish stone, claiming such burls housed spirits of reef guardians. Science scoffs, attributing knots to fungal infections or lightning strikes, but fringe researchers once auctioned haunted Burlwood online, complete with spectral EVP recordings of whale song. Buyers reported nighttime whispers and improved Wi-Fi signals, nonsense you'd mock if not for last night's vocal breeze. Your blade circles the knot, peeling softer wood away, leaving the tumorous core intact. Anger flares, hot and brief, before dying into resignation. Historians still argue whether Polynesian wayfinders discovered inertia navigation, predicting movement through wave resistance, or simply hallucinated directions after weeks without land. The burl glistens, resin pooling in its fissures like black honey. One experimental tap, a reverberation up the timber. Then the hull shudders, a sound between groan and growl. Offshore, waves suddenly slap louder, mocking your hesitation. You switch tools, choosing a coral scraper from the basket, rough edges, catching moonlight. First, pass grates, nerve shredding. Nails on chalkboard meets broken bone. Second, scrape. The knot relents, flake by flake, revealing crimson-streaked wood beneath. Blood, sap, iron deposits. Whatever it stains your fingertips, rust brown, reeking of pennies and mangrove mud. Legends claim Sangalu chiefs blessed canoes with human blood, though forensic analysis of museum hulls found only pig and bird residue. Wind surges, drying the stain before you can wipe it clean. Salt crystals glitter where liquid pooled stardust on a cursed freckle. No more whispers come, just waves, and this aching focus, carving, until the burl lies gutted, scooped out like a rotten molar. Two frigate birds glide overhead, black against bruised twilight. One dives, snatching some silver snack from the waves, while its partner spirals higher, untethered. You envy that recklessness, how wings trust thermals, unseen fate, unplanned as weather. Inside the hollow, your palm presses cool wood where the knot surrendered. A vibration thrums steady as a mother's resting pulse. Grandfather's maxim echoes. Builders bless the canoe. Canoe blesses the builder. Only thieves take without giving. Your offering. 3 strokes later, a peeled sliver of burlwood held aloft for moon inspection. It resembles a truncated ulu knife, edge jagged, unfit for actual cutting. Yet when flicked seaward, it sails unnaturally far, landing beyond the surf line, where white foam murders its momentum. Wind shifts, smell shifting from brine to rainforest loam, though the nearest trees stand half a mile inland. Some sailors swear land carries scent farther over water, others blame wishful sinuses. That childlike part of your brain whispers, terra firma, offering truce. Exhaustion comes sudden knees, buckling mid-chisel lift. You slump against the hull temple, pressed to its still trembling curve. Sleep looms feverish, dreaming of gull cries and grandfather, humming that off-key dirge he called shark repellent serenade. Dawn probes your eyelids. Hours later, sunrise painting the scooped hull coral pink. Overnight, phantom resin has sealed the burl's cavity smoother than blown glass. No ridge, no scar, just seamless curvature. The ocean breathes low-tide perfume, rotting kelp, and unlocked secrets. You stand, joints popping like green branches underfoot, and face the completed hollow. Ancestors retreat with daylight, their voices drowned by gulls and your own growling stomach. Still, the blade feels lighter today, as if the wood bore some weight it no longer needs. Final strokes peel ribbons thin as communion wafers, wood surrendering to shape with eerie willingness. When the last shaving falls, wind thunders through the empty hull, a basso profundo note shaking your molars. Scientists recorded similar tones in Fijian war drums' frequencies, triggering dopamine release in listeners' brains. You laugh, startling a nearby crab into panicked sideways sprinting. No, this sound defies labs and spectrographs. It's the tree's final sigh, the ancestors' teasing wink, the ocean's first lullaby. By dusk, the hull lies finished, ribs curved like cupped hands, awaiting water. New blisters throb, raw metals earned. Stars emerge timidly, one by one, poking holes in the purple west. Somewhere beyond sight, the old ghosts paddle their eternal outriggers, keeping pace with your breathing. Tomorrow, lashings and sail rigging, the 1,000 small knots between dreaming and floating. Tonight, you sleep inside the hollow ears pressed to wood that buzzes soft as a beehive. The haunting feels familiar now, less invasion, more overdue conversation. Just before dreams drag you under the timber creeks, distinct syllables forming beneath rot and resin. One word, maybe, or just wishful synapses firing. Either way, you smile, tongue thick with salt, and sleep answering back. Morning crusts your eyes with salt and exhaustion, those 3 hours of hull sleep ranking lower than spoiled sea urchin on the comfort scale. Spine cracks louder than driftwood underfoot, each vertebrae realigning like stones in a shaken gourd. Outside the second hull sits patient, mirroring its twin two halves of some great wooden beetle waiting for wings. You drag the first crossbeam greased with monoe oil across sand that fights every step. Historians confirmed double-hulled canoes stabilized ancient voyages, letting crews transport entire families, pigs, and breadfruit saplings across 2,000 miles of open Pacific. Still, no scholar mentions how damn awkward 18 feet of ironwood feels at sunrise. Lashing begins, coconut sennit rope rough against burnt palms. Over-under, twist pull, repeat. Grandfather's voice mutters corrections from memory tighter. The sea hates slackers and loose knots. An odd tidbit floats up. Some 1970s anthropologist swore proper sennit hums middle C when tensioned right. You strain your ears, hearing only gull shrieks and your own wheezing. The beams connect the hulls, 6 in total, transformative as ribs knitting into a skeleton. Wind whips through the new gaps, a low moan building between wood curves. You pause, blisters throbbing, wondering if ghosts lodge in rope fibers. Historians still argue whether navigators followed migratory birds or just smelled land before sighting it. Lack of coffee apparently fuels academic quarrels. Midday heat blisters tar patches between planks, sticky black goop defying all dignity. Sweat glues your shirt to the hull where you straddle it awkward as a drunk albatross. One misplaced knee sends a lashing hook skittering into the lagoon, requiring creative curses and a 5-minute dive retrieving it. Reef sharks snicker from deeper water, absolute jerks. Balance proves fickle, each hull shifting like moody teenagers during tide changes. You counterweight with sandbags, then swap to river stones when the bags leak grit into your waistband. Legends claim chiefs placed sacred stones beneath crossbeams, though nobody explained how to stop them rolling during a storm pitch. The 15th adjustment finally clicks, wood settling into its intended symmetry with a groan like an old man finding his favorite stool. Sunset stains the horizon mango orange, light glinting off fresh sennit, zigzagging between hulls. Finished lashings resemble some mad spider's web, sturdy enough to weather Poseidon's worst temper tantrums. You slap the central beam, the whole structure shivering like a struck gong. Emptiness between the hulls breathes now, alive with trapped wind and possibility. Stars arrive as you hang the last woven palm frond, draping it crosswise to baffle spray. Tomorrow the mast and sails. Tonight you cradle the canoe's newborn balance like a sleeping child, 2 bodies moored beneath a sky older than God's. Nightfall bleeds all color from the world, except the sticky black resin bubbling in your clay pot. The stuff reeks like burnt pine gum and old regrets, better than modern tar by miles. Polynesian pitch came from breadfruit sap and candlenut ash, food safe, unlike the toxic European glues that poisoned sailors by the barrel. Your fire flickers, casting monstrous shadows of overturned hulls across the beach. You smear the first taro leaf brushful along a plank, seam resin scalding through cloth wraps on your fingers. Steady now, perfect beads mean watertight dreams. Miss a spot, and the Pacific becomes your not-so-merry coffin. Legends whisper entire canoes dissolved mid-voyage, crews transformed into reef sharks or startled stingrays. Historians still argue whether ancient builders added shark oil to their resin or just spit for luck like you're doing now. The Milky Way wakes above, dusted across black velvet like spilled luminescent salt. Maui's fishhook constellation glints southwest, celestial navigation tool, and cosmic inside joke rolled into one. Rice University stargazers once claimed the Southern Cross dimmed when voyagers died at sea. A poetic lie you choose to believe tonight. Brushes clatter, thick sap drooling from their tips as you reload. Resin hardens fast, forcing rhythmic dips into the pot's molten heart. Blisters scream under wraps, each stick and pull motion a fresh insult. Between hull planks, you spot star fragments trapped in the pitch, glittering cosmic prisoners. Your neck cricks upward, linking the real stars to their captured twins below. Navigation starts here, not just above, but within the wood's gleaming skin. Cracked knuckles skim the cooled patches, smooth as dolphin bellies. Grandma's voice drifts back, seal the story's deep, saltwater loves, swallowing lazy endings. You hum, dabbing resin over a splintered nail. Skeptics dismiss oral histories as myth, until some diver finds a 600-year-old canoe paddle preserved in anaerobic mud off Molokaʻi's coast. Preservation like that deserves a toast. You flick a resin drop onto the fire. It flares blue-green brief as a lightning bug's life. Midnight wind riffles your hair, carrying the resin sent out to where waves gnaw the reef. Darkened hulls blur against the beach, swallowed by night, except for their sticky constellations. Tongan lore claims canoe makers once mapped entire star paths onto hulls, invisible by day, glowing under full moons. Your wonky whale-shaped splotches won't win galactic prizes, but Orion might wink if he's feeling charitable. Fatigue hits, a mallet swing between your eyes. Knees buckle, sand welcomes your sprawl beside the fire. Embers mimic the sky, dying stars winking out one by one. Modern replicas use epoxy, traitors to tradition. But at least you won't spend on chiseling off excess goop with a coral chunk. 3 more seems weight, tomorrow's problem. Sleep tugs your eyelids down, the resin pot still murmuring over coals. Last thought, pitch black as space between stars, waterproofed storylines ready for the long sail. Drifting off, you imagine future fish puzzling over these sticky galaxies beneath their bellies. Sunrise stings your eyes, resin fumes replaced by coconut husks soaking in tidal pools. Those brown husks look innocent until you shred them into fibers that bite like angry ants. Polynesian cordage could outlast hemp rope by decades. Modern sailors still study museum samples for their secrets. Your toes curl against damp sand. The tide retreated an hour ago, leaving frigate birds picking at stranded crabs. Grandfather's voice murmurs, 3 fibers make strength, 5 make stubbornness, 7 makes the sea gods jealous. Knee-deep in lagoon shallows, You dunk your husk bundle again, waiting for the fibers to soften into obedience. Cold water numbs blisters earned last night until splinters jab like tiny spears. Some oceanic tribes chewed fibers for flexibility, their spit acting as natural starch. You stick to soaking, germs be damned, braided wet, always wet, or coconut threads fray like overcooked noodles. First strand crosses the second, third loops under fourth, muscle memory guiding calloused fingers. Myths claim well-braided sennit smells like loyal dogs. Your nose detects wet dog and salt close enough. Hawaiian priests once buried sennit cord with chiefs, believing it could tether souls to favorite canoes in the afterlife. Your own cord feels less sacred, more like wrestling a snake made of splinters. Palm heel presses the weave tight, every twist locking ancestors' promises into the fibers. Historians still argue whether 3-strand or 5-strand patterns dominated long voyages. Your hands pick 5, each pass whispering numbers older than numerals. Retro sailors swapped steel cables for sennit on replica canoes in the 1970s, only to watch storms snap their modern hulls first. Braid slow, grandfather warned hurry, makes weak covenants with the ocean. Noon glare turns lagoon water translucent. Your shadow floats over starfish below like a clumsy ghost. Finished cord coils at your feet, brown as tree roots, strong enough to haul adult tuna aboard. Tongans used sennit to lash entire hulls without nails, flexing with waves instead of fighting them. You test a strand against jagged coral. The fiber holds complaining with a creaky groan. Knots come next, square monsters that give Boy Scouts nightmares. Each loop cinches crossbeams to hulls, wood groaning under the cord's embrace. European explorers mocked these primitive lashings until hurricanes scattered their nailed ships, while Polynesian canoes surfed home. Your nodding rhythm matches the reef's breathing pull pause tug, like the tide teaching Morse code. Fingers cramp the pinky on your right hand, locks straight, betrayer of your lineage. 5 hours, in-cord blisters bloom where resin burns once ruled. Australian sailors claimed sennit could predict storms, tightening into iron rods before bad weather hit. Your cords stay slack, promising calm seas or mocking your inexperience. Hard to tell. 7 cups later, 5 crossbeams stand lashed, twin hulls grinning like teeth in a satisfied jaw. Koa wood accepts the sennit's grip, no creaks of rebellion or case of cold feet. Legends say Maui himself wove the first sennit from his grandmother's hair, snagging the sun to slow its escape across the sky. You settle for coconut fiber under bloody fingernails, minor price for immortality. Breeze plays the chords like harp strings, whining and humming favorite ocean songs. Dutch traders once traded muskets for a single coil of Tahitian sennit, then poisoned their own crews trying to replicate the method with European hemp. Your work withstands a well-placed kick, satisfaction warming your chest despite aching wrists. Dusk purples the eastern sky, bruised fruit colors heralding rest. Braiding continues under fading light, strands now shadows, sliding through shadowed hands. One Tahitian chief's burial sennit stretched half a mile, enough to lash his soul to every island he'd ever touched. Your leftovers barely fill a coconut bowl, yet feel heavy with unwritten vows. Stars arrive, Orion's belt tangling with your cord pile like dropped jewelry. One last knot snug as a lover's promise ends the day's labor. Elbow grease outshines moonlight, blistered hands proof against cosmic indifference. Tongan navigators used sennit to tie memory knots, recording star paths for apprentices to untie and relearn. Genius or madness depends on who you ask. Your fingers know this is how ancestors tamed the wild sea, not with brute strength, but patient intertwining. Morning strains your shoulders, unfurling pandanus cloth so bleached it hurts your eyes. The sail stretches across sand, a giant's quilt stitched with shark-gut thread. Ancient Polynesians used sails long before European explorers. Captain Cook himself noted their speed, though he missed the artistry in every knot. Pandanus leaves soak for weeks, beating them soft as old linen before weaving them tight as dragon scales. Your fingers trace the sail's edge, stitches barely visible between stiff fibers. Each diamond-shaped panel overlaps its neighbor, snug as fish scales armoring a swordfish. Island myths claim sails yearn for wind, dreaming of open ocean like captive birds. This one smells of smoke and brine, a blend soaked deep during its months of drying. Crossbeams groan as you lash the sail, sennit straps creaking under tension. The mast stands crooked, just a hair, the way your grandfather insisted. Perfection attracts jealous spirits. His ghost mutters, salt-crusted wisdom clinging to your earlobes. Some Vanuatu tribes wove sails only during full moons, believing moonlight made them lighter. Didn't matter if storms hid the sky. First breeze kisses the cloth, a shiver rippling up the mast's spine. This sail isn't new. It's reborn, patched with scraps from 3 generations. Historians still argue whether sails held ritual engravings or just sun-faded stains. Your patches tell stories only waves can read. Tanna Island sailors dyed their sails red, a hue taken from clay, said to frighten storm demons back into deep trenches. Hoisting feels wrong, like yanking a dog's leash, until the wind takes charge. Pandanus fabric snaps, a sharp crack echoing off nearby cliffs, not angry, but awake. Seabirds scatter screeching insults as you laugh, the sail's temper rivaling your own. Rainmakers of Kiribati once sang their sails into swelling, chanting, until clouds wept and wind obliged. You settle for whistling off-key through chapped lips. The sail balloons straining against lines that bite your palms, suddenly alive. Palm-woven ropes dig grooves into your calluses, sea spray already frosting the cloth's surface. Southeast trade winds hit first, steady as a pulse. The canoe shuddering beneath your bare feet. 17th century European ships lumbered under cotton canvases, while Pacific sails breathed like living lungs, outpacing them in every chase. Your sail hums now, a low drone felt in teeth more than heard. Vibrations travel down the mast, into hulls, thrumming through Lahala mats underfoot. It's not a song, it's laughter wild and untamed, ignoring all polite company. Archaeologists found buried sails near Hawaii's peaks, folded like origami cranes, placed to guard dormant volcanoes. Wind shifts, the sail whips sideways, slapping your cheek with wet pandanus. Stings worse than a jellyfish's kiss your eyes, watering mouth, tasting salt and stubbornness. Navigators from Chuk Lagoon navigated gales by reading wrinkles in their sails, wrinkles you've just added to your collection. Adjust the lines, arms burning, knees braced against the heiau stone, acting as ballast. This dance feels familiar. Youth spent mimicking wind with bedsheets nailed to mango trees. The sail forgives your clumsiness, billowing full again, happy as a fed dog. Blue celluloid film from 1923 shows Tahitian canoes outracing steamships, their sails flashing like sharp teeth against the horizon. Clouds gather west, puffy sheep grazing toward your unsuspecting hulls. The sail tightens, its surface smoothing like skin over flexed muscle, straining toward open water. Ancient Maori used sails as messenger flags, code woven into patterns telling allies of invasions or weddings. Yours screams only one thing, freedom written in wind and want. First droplets hit rain hissing as it soaks the thirsty pandanus weave. The sail darkens, growing heavier, yet somehow faster, a paradox older than star navigation. Historians still debate whether sails doubled as burial shrouds for captains lost at sea. Your own would make a poor corpse wrap, too eager for adventure. Sun cracks through gray, light spearing the sail's translucent patches, glowing like captive lanterns. You squint, drenched and grinning, the cloth snapping like a grumpy pelican demanding fish. Tongan royalty draped sails over royal tombs, believing they'd catch departing souls, a net woven for ghosts. By midday, the sail proves its greed, devouring wind others would fear. Twin hulls slice waves, bow spray arcing high enough to baptize the mast. 7 centuries ago, Polynesian sails reached Peru, carrying sweet potatoes and questions modern DNA tests still unravel. Your voyage stays local, yet horizons feel just as endless, just as hungry. Lines hum louder now, vibrations syncing with your own shaking legs. The sail knows you're new, testing your grip, your grit, with every gust. Charles Bishop traded nails for sails in 1796, ruining his hull when he swapped traditional weave for English canvas. Idiot. Rain returns, horizontal this time, needling your face as you shorten the sail. Pandanus fibers swell, stitches tightening the reef, not holding firm. Your grandfather's laugh seems carried on the squall. Never trust a sail that doesn't fight you, kiddo. Dolphins surface, their clicks harmonizing with the sail's resonant groan. They ride the bow, wave joyful, as if applauding the pandanus' wild debut. Cook Islanders wove sails so thin, starlight passed through them, guiding night voyages by celestial maps. Yours is thicker, built for storms, yet dreams of starlight just the same. In a lull, you press your ear to the mast, listening. The sail whispers what waves whispered, what your grandfather whispered, what you whisper now again. Morning arrives, your canoe glistens like a wet pearl on black sand. Sunlight climbs its twin hulls, polished koa would warm under your aching palms. Every seam sealed, every lashing taut, the vessel hums with readiness beneath your touch. Wind tugs your hair, bearing scents of salt and plumeria from the highlands, a sweet omen. Villagers gather, keeping distance, knowing this ritual belongs to builder and ocean alone. Hawaiians named their canoes after ancestors, believing spirits would guide the wood according to early missionary journals. You circle the hull, bare feet sinking into cool, damp grit, eyes tracing every curve. Faint shadows ripple beneath the surface, those grain patterns your blade revealed moons ago. Was this log once shelter for nesting shearwaters? Or did boars sharpen tusks against its bark, its history lost to hurricanes? Grandfather's voice murmurs, low and salt scraped, like pebbles rolled in tide. Never rush the naming boy. Wait until it hunts you like a fish choking on moonlight. Your pocket holds 3 carved runes, koa chips bearing possible names, each one weighted with expectations. Dew still clings to the bow, droplets sliding over whalebone inlays. Your chisels work from sleepless nights. Rarotongan lore claims canoe names leak if spoken too soon, slipping into dreams of rival builders. You tested this once, whispering swift current to a stray dog, woke to find that mud swimming circles in the bay. The keel feels warm now, sun baking, resin into glassy hardness under your palm. Sharkskin sandpaper erased every splinter, each stroke leaving wood smoother than a conch shell's pink belly. Historians still argue whether names were changed after maiden voyages to appease offended sea gods or reinforce destiny. Your lips part, but no sound comes, the chosen name coiled like a sleeping eel in your throat. Breeze dies suddenly, an eerie pause, as if the ocean leans closer to listen. Even gulls quiet their squabbling, sidestepping down the beach with tilted heads. Lift a gourd, dipping its hollow belly into surf foam water sloshing inside like trapped rain. Your reflection stares back, a stranger with salt-crusted brows and tired eyes. Pour the sea over the prow, liquid splashing onto carved petroglyphs, their spirals drinking thirstily. That's when it happens, a vibration beneath your soles, not wave or wind, but something deeper. The canoe shifts, barely, as if nudged by invisible hands beneath the sand. Tanna Island shipwrights insisted canoes anchored at eclipse tides gained souls, unsettling tourists who swore their dinghies moved at night. Kneel now, forehead pressed against damp wood grain, breath fogging the hull's glossy sheen. The true name uncurls, finally, rising from that marrow-deep place where instinct lives whisper at once, so soft, your own ears strain to catch the syllables. A wavelet surges, kissing the hull, stealing the name before it can echo. Exactly as intended, the ocean, now keeper of this secret, Cook's crew wrote of silent launch ceremonies, sailors baffled by canoes sliding seaward wordlessly, never grasping the power of stolen whispers. Now the villagers approach, their feet scritching across drying sand, voices hushed. Children drag flower garlands, frangipani, and red ginger, piling them at the canoe's base. Does it have a heart name? Asks the little girl, her fingers stained purple from dye making. You smile, tossing her a polished cowrie, its grooves worn smooth by centuries of currents. Ask the tide pools at dawn when the water's low and gossiping. She giggles, darting away, already believing the ocean will tattle. Old man Rui squints, his milky eye tracking the crossbeams, nodding once. Sits, high like my father's canoe that rode the 46 tsunami, bringing back 3 strangers clinging to the outrigger. He touches the stern, leaving a breadfruit sap fingerprint, a blessing older than his tattoos. Pluck a hibiscus blossom, tucking it behind your ear, the yellow petals mirroring the hull's curve. This act completes the naming, flower scent mingling with brine and fresh pitch. Archaeologists found pollen traces in Tahitian canoe moorings, suggesting blooms adorned even fishing vessels, not just chiefly crafts. Men grip the hulls, heaving together, muscles straining as wood scrapes over sand. The canoe resists digging into shore like a stubborn child before surrendering to the sea's pull. Water cradles it, suddenly weightless, rising like a seabird taking flight. You wade in waves, slapping your thighs, hands steadying the dancing prow. That secret name thrums now, passed through wood into your fingertips, an electric buzz only builders feel. Tongans believed unnamed canoes attracted Tepo spirits who'd gnaw holes below the waterline, demanding acknowledgement through nightmares. Clamber aboard the deck, rolling gently beneath bare soles, familiar as childhood floorboards. Your adze hangs from the mast, its cracked handle dangling, soon to be buried beneath the banyan tree. Dig fingers into the sail's worn ropes, still gritty with beach sand, the fibers humming like struck piano wires. Villagers sing now, a deep-throated melody about flying fish and friendly whales, old words passed down through fever and famine. Women slap their thighs in rhythm, creating a hollow drumbeat that skitters across the waves. 19th century hymn books tried banning these chants, calling them pagan noise, but the sea refuses forgetfulness. Sun climbs higher, light ricocheting off the hull, until you squint, the canoe ablaze with noonday fire. Turn toward the horizon, where sky and ocean blur into endless blue, and feel the name pulse inside your ribs. Not yours anymore, now it belongs to wind and water and wandering. A tern dive bombs nearby, snatching a silver fry from the waves, its screech sharp as broken glass. Laugh, startling yourself, because that sound is the name given back by a thieving tide. The ocean wraps around the canoe, cool palms lifting the hull like a mother hefting her newborn. Sand grit washes from your soles, swirling into the turquoise shallows, small clouds of goodbye. That first wobble melts into stillness, wood and water, finding their truce beneath you. Villagers stand waist deep, hands resting on the outrigger beams, their warmth lingering on the koa, wood like fingerprints. Old man Rui slaps the stern, a meaty thwack that echoes off the cliffs, his knuckles scarred from 40 monsoons of fishing. Samoans would have fed you taro mash today, so your grip stays strong when the squalls come. Tenacula divers swore pressing festival dishes into newly launched hulls, warded off hungry reef spirits. Your belly knows no feast, just half a papaya eaten at dawn, its sweetness souring now with nerves. Salt spray licks your cheeks, sharp then soft, like a cat cleaning its kittens. Fingers trace the mast, lashing, its coconut fiber knots fat and tight. A braid you finished under last week's blood moon. 19th century sailors mocked these savage ropes until their hemp rigging unraveled in southern typhoons. The villagers push all at once, a chorus of grunts rising as the canoe glides into deeper water. Current grabs the bow, swinging it northward like a compass needle finding truth. Your bare heels dig into the deck rolls of skin, catching splinters long since sanded away. National Geographic hyperventilated over Polynesian migration. Those 2,000-mile voyages, using only waves and stars, their charts reduced to twigs and maybe guesses. Out beyond the bay, the sea flexes, swells rising like the backs of restless cattle. One hand grips the steering paddle, its blade etched with a frigate bird. Mid-dive, your thumbnail finding the groove where chisel once slipped. Rapa Nui oral history claims rogue canoes followed albatrosses to Antarctica, returned with tales of stone water and voiceless winds, prompting eye rolls from Yale professors. Land shrinks behind you, thatched roofs becoming black specks, smoke from cooking fires dissolving into blue. Swing the paddle left, its submerged edge catching sunlight, flashing a greenish blink like a sleeping lizard's eyelid. Historians still argue whether Maori navigation stones were practical tools or sacred objects, too holy to actually touch seawater during voyages. A wave slaps the starboard hull sharp enough to sting your toes, its slap echoing between the twin keels. Laugh nervous and sudden as droplets hit your tongue, each one tasting of iron and lightning. Maori warriors insisted their greatest war canoes grew restless if docked too long, creaking at night like old bones on damp mats. Your adze handle bumps the mast, the crack in its wood a finger-width wide, soon to be swallowed by earth. Scoop water with a coconut bowl, sip slowly, letting salt sharpen your senses as the village vanishes. Tahitians cached buried adzes at ancestral launch sites, called them thirsty stones that drank seawater through dreams. Wind stiffens, plastering your shirt against sun-stung shoulders, air smelling of rain-struck mangroves. Roll the sail cord between thumb and finger, its fibers rasping like a lizard's belly scales. Nauruan fish dancers mimicked canoe tilts for their king bodies swaying, until crowds got seasick on solid ground, a tradition killed off by German missionaries in 1902. A tern lands on the prow, one stick leg bent, as it pecks at invisible crumbs, its beak opening in a soundless screech. Chuckle doubling over, because it's clearly mocking your land legs. The decks sway, turning your stomach sour. Cook's logs confessed envy, crewmen retching over rails, while tattooed navigators stood stone still, as if bolted to Jupiter itself. Your shadow stretches east, lean and liquid dark, puddled on the deck like spilled ink. The canoe's true name hums in the hull, its stolen syllables buzzing your palms when you press down. A 1934 expedition found Viking ships carrying rune-carved pebbles, likely stolen from Norse docks, nestled under Polynesian outrigger seats. Sunset dyes the crossbeams orange, the wood drinking light, like a thirsty dog lapping from buckets. You slump against the mast, the day's heat draining from your limbs, fingers tracing constellations scarred into your forearm during apprentice rites. Caroline Islanders timed voyages by stingray migrations, following their whip-tailed shadows across ocean floors no human could see. Stars pierce the twilight, first one, then 20 needles stitching sky to sea. Hunger gnaws your empty gut, churning as flying fish dart like thrown daggers around the hull. Wonder if grandfather ever swallowed one mid-leap, his journals hinting at sky meat banquets when storms wrecked supply canoes. Lie flat, cheek pressed to the deck, ear tuned to the ocean's murmur through thin wood. Somewhere below may be tuna or lazy sharks, their bodies sliding past in the ink-dark depths. Tongan royals paid whale-tooth bracelets for stories about sentient canoes, those that supposedly dove deep to chat with eels, escaping storms by sinking for hours. Moonrise paints the sail silver, its pandanus fibers glowing like cobwebs dusted with powdered bone. The paddle drifts, slow circles in the current, steering itself toward an invisible seam between winds. Your eyelids sag, the day's labor arriving like overdue bills, muscles softening into the deck's gentle pitch. Dawn will bring navigation, star maps etched into your minds, eye decisions carved from cloud shapes and bird calls. Tonight, you're just driftwood, a speck of warm pumice bobbing on the world's oldest cradle. The ocean rocks the hull steady as a hip-swaying dancer, and you dream of green wood bending under moons long since crumbled to dust. The hull's sway deepens, slower now, like a hammock rocked by some enormous unseen hand. Currents coil and twist beneath you, liquid ropes, pulling the canoe toward a horizon that never brightens or fades. Your legs dangle over the stern, heels skimming water warm as blood, each ripple massaging tired muscles. After days of bracing against waves, Tongan teenagers still dive fathoms deep, their eardrums burst deliberately to read currents by pressure changes against bare skin. You lack that sacrifice, so you listen with your souls instead, vibrations humming through the wood. Morning sun does little here, half devoured by a milky haze clinging to the ocean's skin. Paddle rests across your lap, its blade crusted with salt crystals, fragile as sugar lace. Flick one off, watch it dissolve into foam, thinking of Grandpa's joke about sea dandruff grooming the waves. That rusty compass strapped to your thigh stays, untouched, its needle shivering between east and pretend east. Historians still argue whether Polynesians navigated strictly by natural signs or sprinkled in star chants and shark god whispers when cameras weren't rolling. A dorsal fin cuts the surface, triangle sleek as a knife tip, vanishing before you can name it. Not shark, too narrow, maybe a marlin escaping deeper hunters. Your throat tightens, memories of spearfishing with cousins, those chaotic chases where someone always got slapped by a frantic tail. Tupea's ancient charts mapped invisible roads between islands, currents flowing like ghost highways, complete with whirlpool toll booths and merfolk hitchhikers. Modern sonar proved him half right. Submerged rivers do exist, though no mermaids filed permits. Lunch is a fistful of dried squid stolen from Rui's smokehouse, its chewiness fighting your molars like rubber bands. Wash it down with rainwater sloshing in a bamboo canteen, the aftertaste metallic, as if you licked a battery. Hawaiian navigators fasted before voyages, believing hunger honed their vision, letting them spot land clouds weeks before others could. Your stomach growls, less mystic protest than simple annoyance, echoing under the sail's loose flutter. That turns back, same ragged tail feather skimming the mast like a feathered concierge checking your itinerary. Laugh when it drops a half-digested fish onto the deck, guts gleaming under the haze-dimmed sun. Messy eater, you mutter, tossing the scraps overboard, where tiny silver fish swarm like shrapnel in reverse. Europe sailors thought such birds signaled nearby land, but this one's led you deeper into blue nowhere for days. A line of foam appears ahead, a seam between currents, choppy water wrestling glassy smoothness. Steer toward it, the hull shuddering as opposing forces grip the keel, wood groaning like an old dog stretching. Your knuckles whiten on the paddle, body tense, then exhale sharply as the canoe slips into the calmer strip. Smell shifts, salt undercut with something green and decaying, the stench of mangrove forests breathing miles away. Clouds thicken, bruise purple bellies sagging toward the sea, yet no rain falls, just humidity clamming your skin, shirt fused to your spine with sweat and ocean spray. Unwrap the mast's sennit lashing, check for chafing, fingers probing the hairy coconut fibers for weak spots. Each twist holds tight, proof Ranu's arthritis-plagued hands still outbraid any machine-made rope. During WWII, GIS marveled how these jungle threads survived typhoons that snapped their nylon lines, begging island girls to teach them the technique between artillery drills. Dolphins surge alongside, not the playful pod from days past, but silent gray ghosts pacing the hull. Their clicks vibrate through the wood, sonar pings checking your cargo, or maybe just gossiping about your terrible posture. One rolls, dark-eyed judging you, before diving into the gloom. Legends claim they guide lost canoes, but these seem indifferent bodyguards escorting you off their boss's property. Night falls without stars, an obsidian bowl pressed over the ocean, your world shrinking to the canoe's faint phosphorescence. Currents tug harder now, insistent, as if late for some underwater summit. Lie flat, cheek against the deck, listening to the rush beneath thin wood. Grandfather described hearing current songs, each one humming a different direction, its tempo revealing the distance to atolls. You hear only water, and the faint ring in your own ears from too much sun. The steering paddle jerks, almost leaping from your grip, its handle thunking against the outrigger's strut. Grab it, heart pounding, blade vibrating, as if struck by some deep beast's tail. Freeze, waiting, but the sea offers no explanation. Fijian fishermen whisper of taniwa, serpentine currents that reshape themselves when disrespected, capricious as alley cats. Rational minds blame submerged logs, but rationality drowns easy out here. Dawn leaks through the clouds, weak yellow, revealing a sea matted with floating seaweed. Clumps bump against the hull, slick brown, ribbons smelling of iodine and dying things. Scoop some with the paddle, examining its blistered bulbs, each one a tiny life raft for shrimp and baby crabs. Throw it back, their microscopic universe spared for now. Biologists found floating weed carpets serve as oceanic nurseries, their tangles hiding fry from tuna snouts, until storms scatter them coastward. Hunger returns cramp-edged as you count the last 5 cashews rattling in a bark pouch. Crunch them slow, savoring the oily richness, tongue scraping flakes from molar crevices. Wish you'd stolen more of Rui's squid, though its memory now churns your stomach. Some outlier islands still ration voyaging provisions, 1 coconut per day, plus fist-sized breadfruit, whose taste morphs from sweet to sawdust by dawn. The current steepens, waves piling into choppy pyramids, the canoe bucking like a spooked horse. Crouch low, hips swaying to counter each tilt, the outrigger lifting from the water before slapping back down. Spray soaks your hair, each cold stripe a reminder of gravity's fragile leash. Western sailors documented such currents, gave them fierce names, forgetting islands, had named them first in whispers between mothers and daughters. Sunset bleeds across the waves, orange fading to bruised violet, the horizon blurring into featureless dusk. Your eyes strain, peering for land clouds, bird clusters, anything. But the ocean plays empty tonight, just water and your own thudding pulse. Scholars who have never left air-conditioned libraries insist Polynesian migration had no accidents. Every canoe arrived safely once they mastered the primitive GPS of clouds. Out here, those scholars would last 9 minutes if lucky. Stars finally pierce the haze, just 3 at first, then a dozen stingy with their light. Navigate by memory. The starfield's grandpa burned into your brain like a clock with missing numbers. Which dim spark marks the whale shark's tail? Which one blinks wrong? Your fingertip traces the sky, mouthing forgotten names, until doubt curdles your gut. Rapa Nui, elders taught children star patterns via hypnotic kelp waving, knotting knowledge into neural pathways deeper than logic. A pale glow appears ahead, not dawn, but ghostly swirls in the black water. Bioluminescence blooms, the wake sparkling like liquid fireworks, each paddle stroke scattering neon blue confetti. Dip your hand, fingers stirring light, the glow clinging to your skin like wet glitter. Laughter bursts out, nervous and giddy, as tiny fish dart through your submerged forearm, their bodies etching fiery trails. Marine labs still can't replicate the exact plankton recipe that creates this phenomenon, something the resulting lawsuits call intellectual property theft. The current is gentler now, a wide, warm river within the sea, bearing the canoe onward without protest. Lean back, pillowing your head on rolled-up sailcloth, exhaustion weighting your limbs. Let the night sky press down, the stars dimming, until sleep comes heavy and dreamless. When dawn cracks the horizon, the air tastes different, wet soil, and wood smoke slipping between salt particles. Sit up slow, neck stiff, eyes gummy with crusted mist. Blink, blink again. There where sea meets sky, a darkness that isn't storm or night. Land. The current nudges the hull patient as a nurse guiding a patient, its duty almost done. Land squats low, almost flat, its silhouette furry, with palms spun gold by early light. Waves hush as they approach, no longer the open ocean's slap, but a sigh against coral rubble. Your paddle drifts, forgotten, eyes fixed on the green smear where water licks earth. All those days chasing whispers, star hints, current gossip. And here it stands solid as a closed door. Birds swarm sudden as flung gravel, a shrieking cloud of white wings and dagger beaks. Turns dozens, their screeches not warnings, but frenzy tornadoes made of feather and hunger. Dive bombing the waves, they snatch fish fleeing some unseen hunter below. Their wings slice the air, sharp twangs like bows fired too close. Polynesians followed their manuoku, white terns, knowing nested pairs never stray far from shore. Your hands shake, stiff with salt, as one grazes your head, its tail, feather tickling your ear like a taunt. The canoe glides, caught in the island's pull, current gone slack now as, if exhausted, a frigate bird circles, jet black silhouette, against the bluing sky, its scissor tail crooking in judgment. Pirate of the skies, it waits to steal hard-won catches from tired fishermen, you half expected to demand a toll, a fish bribe for passage into its domain. Historians still argue whether some navigators carried trained frigate birds, releasing them until they fled landward, or just read wild flocks like menus. Closer now, the scent hits rotten fruit and wet stone life crammed into hot crevices. Breakers foam around jagged reefs guarding the lagoon, their thunder felt in your ribs. That turquoise water grandfather described pale as a dream glows ahead, a jewel cradled in coral claws. Your throat aches, thirsty for land sounds. After days of wind howl and hissing waves, the terns lead, jerking erratic paths, fighting midair over silver scraps. Follow their chaos, paddling gentle, the reef, a dragon's spine, just knifing the surface. Tongan teens taught you to read wave dragons, ripples snarling, where coral teeth tear the current. Miss those lessons, and hulls shred like wet paper. One tern darts west away from the flock, riding a breeze thick with insects. Hesitate, paddle hovering, then follow. Sometimes the outlier knows better hungrier, the way Uncle Rocco always snatched the best mangoes by wandering upwind. True enough, the gap appears a deep-water channel slicing through the reef's jaws. Paddle harder, muscles groaning, the canoe surging forward on some last surge of sea strength. Coral walls brush the outrigger, pink fingers clawing at the wood, leaving chalky scratches. The lagoon swallows you, its silence shocking water, still as bathed milk. The frantic tern dives, plucks a fish, then cannonballs onto your prow, punishing the wood with its beak. Rude guest, you mutter, but leave a shred of dried squid on the deck. The bird eyes it, suspicious, before launching back skyward unimpressed by land-dweller offerings. Men's voices carry, shouts tangled with laughter somewhere beyond the palm curtain. Women's too, higher notes, plus the rhythmic chunk of axes biting wood. Home sounds, or close enough the ache in your chest swells, nostalgia, thick as honey. Frigate bird circles lower, its shadow inky on the lagoon's mirror, wings stretched so wide they creak. Local tribes tied messages to their legs, faster than smoke signals, though this one wears no anklets. Researchers once glued trackers to their tails, only to find the birds flew anywhere messengers who gossiped instead of delivering. The canoe grounds, hull rasping sand, that glorious vibration humming up your legs. Leap out, knees buckling, kiss the wet beach, tongue tasting grit and crushed shells. Waves push the stern, eager to beach it properly, so let them shove. Birds scatter as villagers jog toward you, knee-deep in foam, hands outstretched. One elder grips your forearm, his palm calloused, as driftwood eyes scanning your salt-cracked lips. The tern watches from a half-sunken log, preening, as if taking credit for your arrival. The birds, you start pointing skyward, voice rusted shut. The elder grin's sun creases deepening and shakes his head. Terns always gossip, claiming every canoe's their find. He nods toward the jungle, where unseen wings clatter through leaves. But the kingfishers know who really guides souls ashore. He's wrong, you think, eyeing your winged hitchhiker, now gulping a fish whole, but you let them steer you inland, too tired to argue, sand clinging between your toes like stubborn stars. Night swallows the lagoon whole, stars prick through black velvet sharp as splinters. You slump against the canoe, cold sand seeping into your thighs. The villagers' fire glow distant now. Frigate birds sleep, tucked into mangrove branches, their pirate hearts stilled by dark. Above, the sky feels alive, pulsing, each star's sharpness dialed up by salt-scrubbed eyes. Your grandfather's voice drifts back, a ghost tide in your skull. Stars are roots anchoring sky to sea. Polynesian navigators memorized entire heavens, tracking Venus, the Macaulay cluster, Orion's taut belt. Yet tonight, they shimmer unfamiliar, edges too crisp, as if watching you back. A wave licks the hull, wet whisper, and your spine stiffens. Blink hard, rub grit from lashes, but the stars, they throb now. Pulse, throb, like sore teeth, navigator's trance. Uncle Rocco scoffed once, just poets renaming exhaustion. But his hands always shook, lighting sacred, a root, avoiding the old ways pull. Historians still argue whether wayfinders truly entered altered states or just romanticized exhaustion's hallucinations. Your fingers dig into sand, cool grains sliding between knuckles, anchoring you to earth. Too many nights squinting at star compasses, too much sea slap in your ears. The Milky Way bleeds across the dome, a spilled milk trail even gods forgot to clean. Breathe deep, saltrot, hibiscus smoke from the feast fires. Focus. Name them, each star cluster grandfather hammered into your skull. Hokulea Arcturus, steady as a heartbeat. Hikianalia, spica, bluer than deep water. Hikianalia, the name itself, a tongue trap, Cassiopeia's jagged throne. But the stars ripple, shimmer dancing, their positions blurring like wet ink. A cold thread snakes down your neck, not wind, something older. Ancestors pressing close, their breath ice on your nape. Don't fight it, grandfather's voice insists. Let the bamboo hollowness come. Some old journals claimed navigators chewed until their pupils swallowed the sky, their bones hollow as bird wing tubes. Absurd, probably, but right now your skull feels roomy, echoing. Venus burns low, too bright, strobing like a rogue lighthouse. Squint, and it fractures, splitting into twin beacons. Oh great, you mumble, double the confusion. A laugh echoes, not yours, gently rasping. Spin around nothing but beach, canoe, lapping waves. Uncle Rocco's laugh, you'd swear, though he died 2 monsoons back. Waves hush, sand stops crunching, even the breeze holds its breath. Your ribs feel loose, rackety, like the canoe's sennit lashings. Breathe out long, slow, and the stars shift, not move exactly, but swell, breathing with you. In, constellations tighten. Out they fray, edges feathering into silver mist. Centuries ago, Tupia guided cooks ship through islands he'd never seen, charting realms by star songs alone. His mind a living atlas. Now your own thoughts unravel, spooling into the dark. A shape forms not quite bear or scorpion, but something older, a star whale breaching the void. Grandfather never taught you this one, its tail flicking through lesser lights. The Southern Cross tilts, its pointer stars bending toward it, crooked fingers urging follow. Your hand lifts, palm greasing with sweat, reaching for the whale. Muscle memory takes over the way adds new koa wood's soft spots. The beach melts, canoe dissolves, you float now, unhitched from earth's dull tug. Wind rises, invisible carrying voices, not words, but tones, low as conch horns. The whale star drifts west, pulling your gaze like a hooked fish. Deeper into the trance, the hollowness, where time knots and unknots itself. Did grandfather feel this? The sky pouring into his chest, crowding out heartbeat and breath? Or is it just thirst, hunger, sleep-dept madness? A wave slaps the hull, sharp spray stinging your cheek. The trance frays, stars snapping back to fixed points, cold clarity returning. But west, the whale star's path feels etched behind your eyes. A new current hidden waiting. Shift your weight, sand grating under thighs, and spot it, a flicker. Not star or bioluminescence, but jellyfish pulsing soft green below the lagoon's skin. Some navigators used their glow as night markers, living buoys in moonless seas. Bizarre, but tonight, their chill light feels like a wink. The frigate bird wakes, croaking its silhouette blotting stars as it flaps toward open ocean. Dawn must be near, though the sky still bleeds black. You stand knees, popping dusting sand from your wrap. The star whale's path lingers, a silver afterimage seared into your vision. Tomorrow's sail charts itself west, where storm clouds bruise the horizon. Grandfather's final lesson whispers back, trance isn't escape, it's listening deeper than noise. Laughter again, softer now, as the first blush of dawn seeps into the east. Clouds mass west, deep purple bruises spreading across the horizon. You check the sennit, lashings twice, fingers tracing each knot, but the twin hulls hold fast. Ocean flattens, a held breath, wavelets dying to nervous glass. Even gulls flee inland, silent for once, their drama paused. First wind slaps your cheek sharp, a bully's hand testing your resolve. The sail jerks, pandanus cloth snapping like an impatient teacher. Easy, you tell it, voice swallowed by growing roar. Polynesian sailors reefed sails before storms, lashing hulls with braided cord. But your hands move slow, heavy with dread. Lightning forks, not white, but sickly green, etching the cloud's underbelly. Historians love debating ancient storm tactics, whether logs dragged behind canoes steadied them, or just tired scribes' fantasies. You lash a bailer to your wrist, coconut shell worn smooth by generations of panic. Rain arrives sideways, needles stinging your eyes, your wrap plastered cold to skin. The canoe bucks, hull slamming troughs hard enough to crack teeth. Salt spray mixes with rain, you lick your lips, thirsty despite drowning. Some captains chewed ginger root to stifle nausea, but your stomach heaves empty promises. A wave crests, black wall towering, foam hissing like 1,000 angry crabs. You crouch, knees grinding against wood, fingers clawing the crossbeam. The wave hangs, teasing, then slams down, gray chaos swallowing all sound. Surfacing, sputtering, you cough, brine your ears, ringing church bells. The sail hangs shredded pandanus threads, whipping like desperate arms. One outrigger dips deep green water, rushing over the platform. You scramble, bailing the shell, scooping pathetic sips against the flood. Thunder booms, not overhead, but through the hull itself, vibrating your molars. Lightning flashes, illuminating an impossible shape, waves sculpted into shark fins, towering higher than any reef. Ocean as predator, not element, hungry and keen-toothed. Grandfather, you gasp, before another wave chokes the name. His ghost offers no comfort, just the memory of calloused hands tying knots. The storm screams, wind shredding, thought into scraps, leaving only animal instinct. Hours blur, or minutes. Time bends under storm's fist. You've pissed yourself, warmth spreading down your thigh, lost to freezing rain. The bailer works, steady muscles screaming, each scoop buying seconds. Tongans believed storms were shark gods wrestling, but tonight it feels personal. Dawn leaks through clouds, murky yellow, revealing the carnage. Crossbeam cracked, sennit fraying, hull scratched raw by wave claws. Yet you float. The storm wasn't kind, but it wasn't fair either, and fairness was never the lesson. You vomit salt water, spitting bile, and laugh, a ragged, broken sound. The storm murmurs now, wind unclenching waves, relaxing their fists. Rain gentles, washing your face, cooling the fever of fear. West still calls, storm-scrubbed horizon sharp as hope. You touch the cracked crossbeam, knowing this wound will sing in future voyages, a drumbeat memory of survival. 4 frigate birds reappear, circling high, judging your bedraggled state. You flip them a weary salute, bailing slower now, the ocean's fury spent. Funny how calm feels stranger than terror, how stillness prickles your skin. Your grandfather's voice surfaces, soft beneath tired waves. Storms carve channels for courage. You hope he's right. Hope this hollow ache in your chest is just space for new strength. The last clouds part, sun spilling gold onto battered wood, and you sway, not from waves, but gratitude. Wind sighs through the broken sail, tired now, a teacher winding down her lecture. You whisper thanks, lips cracked, voice raw, and begin nodding fresh sennit. Rain drums the hull, 1,000 fingertips tapping each note, softening the ocean's rage from hours past. Your shoulders sag, relief pooling in your knees, as fresh drops cool your sunburned neck. Polynesian sailors caught rain in gourds lashed beneath the outrigger, clever as spiders weaving dew traps. You unclip the nearest hollowed squash, the one carved with dolphin shapes, and hold it open like a child begging candy. Water sheets off the sail's tattered edge, diverted into your waiting vessel. The first sip shocks your tongue, sweet despite no sugar, rinsing salts, stubborn grip from your teeth. Tongans called rain sky's breast milk. But you're too tired for poetry, gulping until your stomach sloshes. Another gourd fills, this one corked tighter, reserved for the thirst still coming. Clouds scuttle east, exposing a sun white as bleached coral. Steam rises off the deck, wood releasing storm fear in warm gasps. Dolphins breach nearby, slapping tails, as if applauding your survival. Some legends claim they nudge rain clouds shoreward, but today they just seem smug. The sea gentles, each wave a weary sigh, rolling the canoe like a mother rocking a cradle. You check every seam, every pegged joint, marveling how the hull sheds damage like water off feathers. Resin holds, pitch black as volcanic glass, proof of last week's blistered fingers. Your wrap clings damp, annoying, but alive, as you wring salt crust from its hem. Historians still argue whether ancient navigators predicted storms days ahead, reading cloud lice or bird panic. You couldn't, but the ocean forgives ignorance if you bail fast enough. Light rain persists, kissing your eyelids, each drop a gift squandered ashore. You tilt your face up, mouth open, catching strays like a fledgling begging worms. Laughter bubbles up, a weak sound, but yours. Funny how survival simplifies joy, how drinkable sky feels like luxury. 3 gourds bulge now, sloshing precious ounces against their stoppers. You lash them tighter beneath the platform, hidden from the sun's greedy tongue. The work quiets your mind, hands busy, heart slow, as tide pools refilling. Sunset bleeds gold through retreating clouds, painting the rainwater pink in its containers. You sip sparingly, letting each mouthful coat your throat, savoring what landfolk gulp without thought. Your grandfather's voice whispers, rain's the only guest who never overstays, and you finally grasp his meaning. Stars emerge, sharp as spearpoints, reflecting in the collected water. You dip a finger, stirring constellations into liquid constellations, brief ruler of a tiny wet universe. Hunger gnaws, dull but persistent. But for now, the canoe offers this. Coolness, calm a day's victory, ode to stubborn hands. Moonlight glints off dolphin-carved wood, making the gourd seem to swim. You pat its curved belly, thanking hollow things that hold what's essential. Tomorrow's thirst will bite deeper. But tonight, the sea gives fish, the sky gives drink, the canoe gives purpose. A flying fish smacks the deck, silver body thrashing, one eye wide with surprise. You grin too, spent for proper gratitude, as hunger's teeth sharpen. Moonlight strips the world to blue bones, every ripple on the black water sharp as etched glass. That flying fish flops at your feet, gills flaring, a silver gift slapped down by the hungry dark. You grab its slick body before escape fingers, finding the knife groove behind the skull, quick and clean. Remember those old fishermen who worked moonlit bays, using pearlescence to lure squid and mackerel. Tonight, you're mirroring their tricks, laying the fish's scales face up on the bench, hoping more fools leap toward false light. Your belly growls, a sound deeper than whale song as you gut the catch over the rail. Blood slicks your hands, smell rich as rusted iron. But you'd lick it if dignity didn't cling thinner than your wrap. Island mothers scolded children for wasting even eyes and tails. Eat what the sea gives, it won't offer twice. You skewer the fish on a shaved stick, prop it over the last embers in your clay fire pot. Fat drips hissing onto coals, each sizzle a tiny taunt. Meat parts easy, flaking white under your nail, too hot, but you cram it in anyway. Cheeks burn, tongue protesting, yet hunger wins. You'd trade 3 perfect pearls for a pinch of salt, but the sea hoards all seasoning tonight. Waves rock the canoe, gentle now, a mercy after the storm's rage. You crunch through ribs, swallowing bones small enough, knowing calcium binds a body to work. Historians still argue whether those carved wooden decoys, found in olden voyager kits, lured fish or pleased ocean spirits. Right now, you'd use either. Your meal dwindles to a crescent spine, glistening under the moon's stare. That pit in your stomach shrinks, but doesn't vanish, like a well that drank rain, yet thirsts for more. You gnaw the head, crushing cartilage between molars, sucking every last brine-sweet shred. Skull discarded, you scan the water, hands already retying a frayed hook line. Bladder rack, dried yesterday bulges in a bamboo tube, pungent but edible. You thread a rubbery strand onto the hook, toss it over, praying for dumb fish with low standards. Legends whisper of sailors so starved they chewed their own leather straps, rendering the taste better than despair. You touch your waist cord, coconut fibers rough under thumb, but resist testing the theory. Time clots without stars to measure it, just the moon's slow crawl. No bites. You reel in rebaited hook gleaming like a cheap promise. That first fish was luck. This next one's ransom paid in patience. Stretching out on the deck, you press a palm to your hollow stomach, counting ribs like a miser counts coins. Funny how hunger sharpens thoughts, turning each memory into a 3-course meal. You visualize taro cakes, steaming, and purple clinging to banana leaves. A wave slaps the hull, startling as a shouted name. Dolphins breach somewhere distant, their clicks muffled by night's thick blanket. Your fire pot glows faint orange, ember breath, keeping the dark an arm's length away. You rise, checking the horizon for phosphorescent streaks, those green trails squid leave when fleeing predators. Nothing, just black water meeting black sky, seamless as a burial shroud. Another hour gnaws itself, marked by the moon's retreat. You scan the canoe, desperate eyes hunting overlooked food. A forgotten wedge of dried squid hides beneath a rope coil, hard as boot leather. You soak it in rainwater, gnawing until jaw muscles scream, but swallow protein like a prayer. Some cultures forbade whistling at sea after sunset, believing it mimicked wind spirits and invited storms. Your lips stay sealed, though the urge puckers them dry as old lime. Stomach acid churns a dull fire with no fuel left to burn. You sip rainwater, trickling it slow down your throat, fooling your body with fullness. The gourd's dolphin carvings grin merry liars as you portion another mouthful for dawn. Stars tilt westward, dragging the night toward exhausted gray. Your eyelids droop, but hunger pins them open, insistent as a barnacle. That flying fish seems a lifetime past, its brief flesh just a tease against the void inside you. First light pales the east, washing out stars, revealing empty hooks and emptier hands. You slump against the mast, watching flying fish dart like thrown knives, too swift, too wise for your crude tools. One lands on deck tiny, no longer than your hand. You grab it, crushing bone, with a rock-eating scales, skin, everything. Bitter gall coats your tongue, but you chew, 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 until nothing remains but a metallic aftertaste and shame. The sun rises, pitiless, on a body still running on fumes, a mind fraying at the edges. You lash the paddle, resolve hardening, knowing today's hunger will bite deeper, a winter tooth in tropical air. Moon fades, taking its false promises, leaving only the knife-edged present. You touch the adze blade, sharp as your need, and vow silently, the next fish won't escape. Dusk bleeds the last color from the sky, your stomach clenched tighter than a sennit knot. That pit inside feels endless, digesting nothing but hope since yesterday's bony fish. You slump against the outrigger, blistered palms pressed to your ribs, counting breaths instead of meals. That's when you hear them, clicks like pebbles dropped in quick succession, piercing the water's skin. A dorsal fin slices the surface, sleek and curved like a navigator's hook, followed by another, until a dozen gray forms encircle the canoe. Dolphins arc alongside the hull, wet backs gleaming in fading light, blowholes puffing cheerful clouds. One surges ahead, rolling sideways to fix you with a dark, knowing eye. Island tales claim these creatures shepherd lost boats toward land, a fact logged in countless captains' logs. A young calf bumps the canoe, its nose thudding against the koa wood, then darting away in a spray of giggles. You laugh too raw and unexpected, a sound you forgot your throat could make. They startle your hollow body, their chatter stitching cracks in your loneliness. You dip a hand overboard, fingertips brushing cool, smooth skin as one glides beneath. It feels like touching liquid metal power, restrained by gentleness. Historians still argue whether dolphins truly aid humans or simply toy with driftwood, but legends cling tight, whispers of drowned sailors reborn in dolphin skin, guiding kin away from reef teeth. You choose belief tonight. One leaps, body coiled tight, then launching like a spear toward the stars. For a breath, it hangs black against the purple sky before slapping back into foam. The splash soaks your face, salt water stinging cracked lips, but you smile. They bring gifts, though not the kind you crave. Small fish, terrified by the pod, leap onto your deck in silvery panic. You scramble, snatching 3 before they flop overboard, a meager banquet snatched from chaos. The dolphins watch, heads bobbing as you gut the fish with shaky hands. One clicks rapidly, a sound like dry reeds shaken, almost approving. Tribal elders spoke of porpoises driving mullet into nets, exchanging full bellies for songs and respect. You eat raw flesh, cool and slippery, swallowing before pried objects. Energy trickles into your limbs, weak but vital as stranded moonlight. Tossing entrails overboard, you watch the pod dive, snapping them up with joyful snaps. Evening deepens, the pod's movements slow, flowing like shadowed silk beneath the canoe. A mother nudges her calf to the surface, teaching it to breathe under stars. Their rhythm matches the swells, bodies built for this liquid world. You hum, voice rasping a lullaby for seafaring babes. A dolphin surfaces near your face, exhaling fishy mist, then sinks like a sinking stone. Later, when the moon hoists its lantern, the pod peels away. They melt into the dark east, clicking fainter, fainter gone. Only then do you realize your guts gnawing quieted, your spirit patched by their reckless joy. Alone again, you touch the hull where their noses bumped, wood humming warmer than before. The night feels softer now, kind as a grandmother's palm pressing your fevered brow. Stars wheel, currents sway, and sleep finally comes gentle as a dolphin's wake curling under your back. Daybreak peels the night's damp blanket off your skin, a breeze lifting salt-crusted hairs on your neck. 3 sunrises since the dolphins left, 3 nights gnawing hunger like a dog worrying bone. You lie still, parched lips parted, letting the dawn air taste you first. That's when it curls into your nostrils, thin as spider silk, but unmistakable. Not brine, not fish rot. Earth, wet soil, the kind that clings to taro roots, fresh pulled from mud. Your spine stiffens, nose tilting like a compass needle toward the wind. Another breath brings smoke, charred wood laced with roasted breadfruit. Then flowers, not the cloying frangipani of island groves, but wild ginger sharp enough to cut through miles of open ocean. Home smells different, yet your blood thrums the same welcome chorus. You rise, knees cracking like green branches, scanning the horizon's blank face. Nothing but waves and bleached sky. But your ancestors didn't need eyes to find land. They listened. A skill taught in every Polynesian wayfinder school, decoding nature's gossip. Leaning over the hull, you cup seawater, splashing your face to clear the haze. The ripples shimmer, then still becoming a mirror. Beneath your reflection, shadows dart, tiny fish striped yellow and black. Pilot fish. Island lore claims they cluster near land like iron to a magnet. A distant shriek strings your head upward, turns not the fat lazy ones over open water, but sharp-billed white fairies darting in nervous loops. Migratory birds, historians confirm, meaning shore is closer than clouds. Their wings beat west, a breadcrumb trail etched in feathers. One bird swoops low, drops something that smacks the hull. A half-chewed berry still glossy with spit. Purple flesh stains the wood, seeds like black eyes staring up. Your thumb rubs the juice, smelling tart and earthy. Land fruit, a fringe theory, claims certain berries float miles out to sea, deliberate breadcrumbs from forest spirits. Your tongue swells, imagining water cradled in bark folds, rain pooled on broad leaves. No need to ration the last sips now, yet the ocean stretches indifferent, blue desert, refusing to confess its secrets. 3 strokes of the paddle, then halt. Wait, listen. There, a new rhythm beneath the boat's creaks, not the hollow slap of deep water, but a softer shush like sand settling. The canoe seems to glide smoother, as if the sea grows tired of resisting you. Clouds gather, puffy and land-fed, dragging skirts of rain. The first drops kiss your scalp, cool as mint leaves. You tip your head back, mouth open, letting liquid life slick your throat. When's the last time rainwater didn't taste like tears? A darker line bruises the horizon, thin as a child's eyelash. You blink, afraid it's a mirage born from hunger. But it thickens, growing textures, a messy tangle of green and brown. Trees, real ones, roots sunk in dirt, birds, exploding from their branches like black laughter. You laugh too, dry and cracked, because irony sticks harder than barnacles. After 1,000 miles, steering by stars, this close, you'll crash by following your nose. The scent grows bold, unashamed, drenching the air in wet bark and clay. Memories flood, not yours, but older. Grandfather's voice murmuring how soil smells different on every island. Volcanic peaks, sweet as dates. Coral atolls, salty sour. Steering toward the perfume, your paddle cuts, water gone turquoise. Sunlight now pierces the depths, revealing coral fingers pink as dawn sky. Historians still argue whether Polynesians found every habitable Pacific rock or left some undiscovered as refuge for tired gods. Beneath the canoe, shadows shift from sapphire to mint green water, so clear you count parrotfish grazing below. Their tails flick sand, stirring up puffs like smoke signals. One fish glances up, googly eyes judging your splintered hull. Rocks appear, black teeth snarling through foam. You veer left, heart drumming, clutching the paddle like a spear. Currents here pull harder, insistent hands guiding you where they will. Not every island wants visitors. Grandfather warned, some spit shipwrecks back like spoiled clams. A cove emerges, a smile carved into the coastline. Smoke weaves above the tree line, threading straight into the sky. Cooking fires, mean people or clever ghosts. Either way, your empty belly votes yes. Birdsong spills over the water, thick and sweet as mango pulp. Mina birds, their yellow eye masks familiar as your own toes. Their chatter confirms human neighbors. They thrive where people toss scraps. The hull grinds, hissing as it kisses sand. You leap out, legs buckling, knees kissing wet shore. Crawl until palms scrape round pebbles worn smooth as eggs. Solid earth sways under you, a joke your body doesn't get. Collapse face first, inhaling the beach's breath, decayed coconuts, dried seaweed, sun-baked driftwood. Sand sticks to your cheek, a gritty balm. Waves lap your ankles, gentle now, as if apologizing for weeks of cruelty. From the trees, a voice calls, words blurred by wind. You lift your head squinting. Someone tall stands where jungle meets shore dark against green shadows. Their arm rises, a slow unfurling, a flag of peace or warning. You raise sand-crusted fingers, waving back. Home might still lie beyond the horizon, but for now, land's embrace feels enough. The sky tastes like rain and tomorrow, sharp with promises, yet unbroken. That wave from the shadows pulls you upright, legs wobbling like newborn foal knees. Sand grinds between your toes as you stagger toward the tree line, where the stranger's silhouette melts into green gloom. A path reveals itself, not cleared by machetes, but by generations of bare feet pressing earth into submission. You follow its serpentine curve, jungle pressing close, with wet leafy breaths. Birds shriek warnings overhead, their cries smothered by dense canopy. Sunlight dies here, filtered through layers of giant taro leaves into a murky twilight. Every step sinks into mud that smells of rain and rot, sweet decay, promising fertile soil. Your nostrils flare sifting scents, no human sweat or wood smoke. Yet, the forest spits you onto a riverbank, water bronze, as old armor, sliding silent between mossy stones. Across the current, a cliff towers its face, pocked with holes like a flute. You freeze squinting. Movement flickers in those dark cavities, human-shaped shadows flitting between chambers. Cliff dwellings, mainstream archaeology, confirms Pacific Islanders used them, avoiding typhoon surges or rival warriors. These look abandoned, ropes rotting, ladders collapsed into vine-choked piles, yet your neck prickles, the sense of eyes tracking your every twitch. You wade across, current tugging your thighs, and find handholds gouged into the rock. Up you climb, fingers finding grooves worn smooth by ancestors' grips. 15 feet up, a ledge offers respite, and a surprise. Carved into the wall, a relief shows 2 canoes locked in battle, warriors with spears elongated like heron legs. One figure stands taller, wearing a headdress of frigate bird skulls. A king, perhaps, or a myth-made man. Fringe scholars whisper about pre-Polynesian long-limbed chiefs ruling these isles, stories dismissed as tall tales. Beyond the carving, a tunnel yawns, its darkness smelling of bat guano and wet stone. Your fingers brush something metallic on the floor, a rusted fishhook, big enough to land marlin. Historians still argue whether Polynesians traded metals before European contact, or merely recycled shipwreck nails. Light bleeds from the tunnel's far end, drawing you toward a sight that chokes your breath. The lagoon. It glows below a turquoise platter, ringed by jagged black teeth. Reefs encircle the water like a crown of thorns, waves shattering against them in bursts of white lace. Safe passage hides there, you spot it, a narrow channel where water slips through calm as oil. That's your gate. Your muscles scream as you descend the cliff, toes scrabbling for purchase. At the shore, Your canoe bobs where you hidden it, mimic the murmur of surf against hull. Paddling toward the gap, you realize the reef's deception. What seemed a straight shot kinks left, then right, a coral labyrinth designed to gut wooden boats. Tide pulls you sideways toward froth gnashing on hidden spines. You dig the paddle deep, veering away mere feet from disaster. The coral looms, purple and orange fingers, eager to claw your hull. Pacific navigation. Legends claim reefs grow, where ancient canoes sank, their broken bones sprouting stony gardens. Currents nudge you toward the true entrance, a sly wink of calm water between two monolithic coral heads. Time your approach wrong, and the surge slams you into their jagged lips. You pause, letting the ocean breathe, inhaling as swells rise, exhaling as they fall. 3 cycles. 4. Now paddle. The canoe surges forward, riding a swell's crest through the gap. Coral grazes the hull, screeching like fingernails on slate, then spits you into the lagoon's embrace. Inside, silence swallows you whole. Water here holds its breath flat as polished glass. Sunlight pierces shallows, exposing gardens of neon anemones, starfish plump as oven rolls, clams gaping with jeweled lips. A sea turtle glides under the canoe, unhurried, an old lord surveying his domain. Ahead, the village perches on stilts, huts with roofs like upside-down baskets. No people visible, just nets strung between poles, drying like giant spiderwebs. The smoke you smelled earlier curls from a central fire pit, untended embers winking beneath white ash. Your paddle dips, barely disturbing the water as you glide toward an empty dock. Wood groans underfoot, years of sun blasting planks gray as ghost bones. You tie off, not clumsy with fatigue, and step onto shuddering boards. That's when the singing begins. High and nasal, a melody without words, rippling across the lagoon. It comes from everywhere, water, sky, your own pulse. You spin, searching for the singer, but only egrets stare back from mangrove roots. Then movement behind a hut draped with fishing nets, small figures, maybe children darting just beyond clear sight. A giggle floats past, bright as a dropped spoon. You call out, voice raspy from disuse, and instantly regret it. Silence slams down heavy as a dropped anchor. Even the breeze dies, leaving air thick enough to chew. Approaching the nearest hut, you peer inside. Mats lie neatly rolled, clay pots stacked by a cold hearth, no dust coating anything. Recent occupation, but where did they go? Tongan legends speak of vanishing villages, entire communities disappearing to avoid foreign contagion or curses. A faint splash makes you whirl. Out in the lagoon, your canoe drifts despite being tied, pushed by some underwater hand. Its hull carves a slow circle, then stops, pointing toward a crescent-shaped beach across the water. An invitation. You wade back, knees trembling, and paddle where the boat directed. Sand crunches as the hull grounds this beach finer than sugar and whiter. Above, A cave mouth yawns, its edges blackened by ancient fires. Just inside the entrance, a stone chair faces the lagoon, carved with wave patterns. You ease onto it, cool rock kissing your salt-scabbed thighs. From here, the village resembles toy blocks, the reef, a dark necklace, the ocean beyond stretching into forever. As sunset stains the lagoon gold, you realize the chair's true purpose. First, stars pierce the twilight, constellations grandfather drilled into your skull. But here, something's wrong. The sky tilts, stars out of place, as if viewed through warped glass. Your gut churns, can't reconcile memory with reality. Then it clicks. You're sitting precisely where ancient navigators calibrated stars against the lagoon's mirror, correcting for currents pulling canoes off course. This chair isn't a throne, it's an observatory. Darkness falls complete, velvet draped over the world. The singing starts again, closer now, as pinpricks of light kindle across the village. Not fires. Bioluminescent fungus clinging to huts, glowing blue-green like drowned stars. Figures emerge, silhouettes, moving toward the beach, too tall, limbs elongated in the eerie light. They gather at the water's edge, facing your cave, but make no sound. No footsteps. No rustling clothes. One raises its arm, pointing up where a shooting star scratches the sky. As the meteor fades, so do the figures, dissolving like salt in water, leaving only phosphorescent footprints that gleam then die. The night holds its breath, waiting for you to decide if sleepwalking makes fools or prophets of us all. Dawn finds you curled on the cave floor, sand gritty in your teeth. The chair sits empty, cold as a tomb. Your canoe waits, tied, licking its hull. Pushing off, you glance back once. No glowing huts. No footprints. Only silent waves gnawing the shore, erasing your passage like yesterday's dream. Your canoe kisses sand, that final lurch tossing you forward like a drunk. Legs betray you, knees buckling, palms planting in wet grit. Salt water sloshes over your ankles, gentle as a grandmother's reproach. Shapes blur through stinging eyes, villagers wading toward you, skirts hiked above brown thighs. Their laughter rolls ahead, warmth hitting your skin before their hands do. Fingers hook under your arms, lifting you like driftwood. Mainstream histories forget this. Polynesian clans often launched rescue parties for foundered sailors. No matter the tribe, a teenage boy grabs your paddle, whistling low at its whalebone grip. Tutu's carving, see the shark teeth pattern. His friends crowd around, touching the wood as if it breathes. One girl pokes your sun-cracked lips, giggling when you flinch. They half carry you ashore, feet dragging through shallows where baby stingrays dart like gray shadows. Sand here isn't coarse grains, but powdered coral so fine it squeaks underfoot. Fringe anthropologists claim certain atolls ritually grind sand for hours, achieve this whisper-soft texture. You believe it, each step feels like sinking into a cloud freshly born. The village smells of crushed coconut and smoke. Roasting pits belch fragrance, fat dripping onto flame, taro roots charring purple skins. Women wipe hands on leaf aprons, dirt-striped from garden work. Their eyes catalog your wounds, the salt-crusted gash on your shin, your trembling fingers. Someone presses a coconut shell into your hands, cool water swirling inside. You drink greedily, dribbling down your chin, not caring. A granny slaps your back mid-gulp. Slow, or you'll choke like old Keone. The circle erupts in whoops, teasing her with sing-song calls of Keone choked. Keone choked. They sit you on a woven mat beneath a breadfruit tree, shadow dappling your burned neck. Children poke your canoe with sticks, testing its resolve. Remember the koa tree's hum. This hull answers, a deeper vibration felt through the ground rather than heard. Men arrive, bearing armfuls of wet kelp. They plaster it over your sunburned shoulders, slimy leaves sucking the fire from your skin. Historians still argue whether ancient islanders used kelp for healing, or merely plastered it on drunk sailors for laughs. Silence falls as an elder approaches, skin mapped with blue-black tattoos. His toe prods your ribs, not unkindly. Name. You rasp your grandfather's lineage, the required chant voice breaking. His eyebrows lift, recognition flaring. One hand drifts to his own chest, where identical whale tattoos coil. He snaps fingers. The village explodes into motion. Women haul palm leaf bundles. Men roll out hollow log drums. Someone thrusts a flower lei over your head, blooms so fragrant they momentarily blur your vision. Food appears, plantain leaf platters groaning, with pink-fleshed fish, taro, pudding glossed with coconut cream, sea snails roasted in their spiral homes. Villagers form a circle waiting, but no one eats. The elder points at you. Understanding crashes in. They want the tale. All of it. What nouns fail, you mime. Flapping arms for seabirds, fingers miming, adze strikes, hands shivering to show the storm's teeth. Children squeal when you imitate dolphin clicks, their mothers swatting them into silence. You pantomime the ghostly figures from the cave, crouching low to show their height. Murmurs ripple through elders. One mutters men, Ihoku, Starborn Ones. But laughter drowns it out. The elder raises a knotted cord, proclaiming your tale true. That's your cue to eat. Fingers dive into shared platters, no utensils here. Fish melts on your tongue, smoked over mango wood, sweet and dark as regret. A boy feeds you mashed breadfruit, his sticky fingers leaving trails on your cheek. Drums start one thump, then a heartbeat rhythm. Women rise first, hips swaying, arms rippling like octopus tentacles. You recognize this dance. Grandfather called it the wave's welcome. Men join, stomping bare feet, elbows jutting like prows cutting foam. They pull you up, dizziness forgotten, and your body remembers moves buried deep. Chest pounds, scarred feet slap earth. The drum's pulse eats your thoughts until nothing remains but motion. Stars wheel overhead, fat and low, crowding the sky like curious fish. Between songs, you overhear whispers. The old girl brought him home, meaning your canoe. Eyeless ones blessed him in the cave. You stumble not from exhaustion, but memory. Those phosphorescent figures pointing skyward, their silence suddenly heavy with unsaid things. Someone catches your elbow, the tattooed elder. He taps your temple where sweat runs rivulets. The stars, he coughs, voice sandpapered by age. They sang him here. You nod, unsure if he means grandfather's navigation chants or something deeper. He grunts, producing a palm-sized conch from his loincloth. Presses it into your palm, porcelain smooth, its spiral worn from handling. Show this to tides, he rasps. They'll know you now. A cheer erupts, the drums speeding into fever pitch. You spot your canoe, propped upright, garlanded with feathers and flowers, like a resting warrior. Young men anoint its hull with turmeric paste, turning wood to gold under firelight. A toddler wobbles up, touching the whale figurehead with reverent fingers. Her mother beams, offering you a woven bracelet still warm from her wrists. You sway, bellied with food, drunk on smoke and belonging. The sea sighs beyond the lagoon, insistent, already tugging your thoughts to the next horizon. But tonight, you sink into sand, warming your back against the hull as villagers pile around. Someone drapes a quilt of bird feathers over your lap, an heirloom usually reserved for chiefs. Their voices soften, weaving new verses into old fishing songs, your name embroidered into the lyrics. The elder watches, face carved into a satisfied cliff, nodding as the children mimic your storm dance moves. Moonlight silvers the beach, high tide reaching for your toes with foamy fingers. Close your eyes just for a beat, but sleep drags you under sandy cheek, pillowed on a tattooed wrestler's thigh. Dreams come in fragments, grandfather humming reefs blooming from sunk canoes, glowing figures wading through star-flooded waves. You awake to pre-dawn stillness, dew painting feather quilts black. Villagers sleep in heaps, limbs tangled content as puppies. The elder sits awake, eyes reflecting dying embers. He nods toward the eastern horizon, where night weakens to bruised purple. Your canoe waits, reprovisioned, paddle lashed to its bench with fresh sennit cord. It doesn't ask or accuse, merely rests ready. Standing feels like rebirth, muscles stiff, soul strangely light. No farewells. They knew before you did. As you shove into shallows, first sunbeams ignite the lagoon. When you glance back, the tattooed elder stands knee-deep in surf, palm raised, waving like a frond in breeze. You raise the conch, its spiral catching the light, and his laughter chases you past the reef, a sound that mingles with gull cries until both dissolve salt. Firelight licks the evening air, throwing monstrous shadows onto palm thatch huts. Villagers encircle you, eyes reflecting flames, bellas growling in unison. The tattooed elder thumps his walking stick, demanding silence. Women unveil the meal leaf platters piled with red-robed lobsters, mountain yams like swollen fingers, a whole suckling pig basted in wild honey. Your mouth waters, reaching instinctively, but 24 hands clamp your wrists. Tail first, croaks the elder. Hunger makes stories honest. Outsiders think this cruel, starving a survivor for tradition. But historians note Polynesian voyagers preferred dehydration for sharper recall. You swallow salt, haul memories from exhaustion's depths. Words fail first, so you mime. Hands fan like sails, slapping thighs to mimic storm waves. Diving forward, arms arrow straight, you become the bonito fish escaping sharks. A teen snorts, elbowing his friend. Sharks wiggle more, until elders shush him with hisses. You pantomime the ghost cave, crouching to depict short figures, fingers fluttering to show their glow. An old woman gasps, Menehune, but others hoot, drowning her theory in laughter. Quirky myth holds these Hawaiian little people built secret moonlit fish ponds. Tonight, your audience prefers jokes over magic, throwing breadfruit pits when your tale slows. Your stomach growls, loud as a reef tremor. The elder grins, knotted cord held high. Each knot represents story truths, confirmed by his sharp eyes. Enough, he rasps, and the feast explodes into motion. Taro paste smears your chin, sweet roasted breadfruit dissolves on your tongue. Fingers, yours and theirs, dip into shared bowls, grease gleaming under torchlight. Historians still argue whether these feasts ended in ceremonial vomiting, to honor bounty's excess or prevent waste. But tonight, you're keeping everything down. Drums awaken, 3 men pounding hollow log gunga. Their rhythm mimics heartbeats, then galloping horses, then rain. Women rise, grass skirts shushing, arms undulating like sea snakes. They pull you up, your blistered feet protesting. Muscle memory takes over, hips swaying, palms slicing air as if cutting waves. A girl mimics you, exaggerated stomps, until her mother tugs her ear. Laughter bubbles between songs, jokes tossed like coconuts. One fisherman mimes your terrified face during the storm, crossing eyes, earning a fish head flung at his chest. Fire dims, replenished with fragrant sandalwood. Flames hiss, releasing perfume that clings to skin for days. That's no accident. Islanders' new smoke scent marked travelers as returned recognizable downwind. The elder offers a bamboo cup, fermented mash swirling inside. Kava, he insists, fingers trembling around yours as you drink. Numbing bitterness floods your mouth, tongue tingling as if brushed with starlight. Everything softens, edges blurring, drumbeats merging into one oceanic hum. They sing now, slow ballads of lost fishermen, voices layering like incoming swells. Lyrics mention your canoe, whale-proud stranger, twining your voyage into ancestral memory. A toddler crawls into your lap, tufts of hair sticky with coconut cream. Her weight anchors you, keeps the spinning world steady. She snores, unbothered by drunken harmonies screeching overhead. Dawn threatens, pinking the eastern sky. Fire collapses into embers, still bright enough to reveal villagers asleep in heaps. The elder remains upright, chin dipped to chest, breath rattling wetly. You lay back, sand cool beneath your shoulders, feeling stretched between worlds. Salt crusts your skin. Smoke perfumes your hair. The ocean murmurs nearby, gentle, after last night's feast crying itself hoarse. Someone drapes a feather cloak over you, weightless yet warm. You drift, dreaming of nothing, until sunbeams spear your eyelids. Movement nearby, villagers already scrubbing platters. With sand, children chasing crabs, dogs loping through leftover bones. The elder watches you, holding your cracked paddle. He offers it repaired with twine and fresh carvings. Whales chase sharks across its surface, a battle rendered in muscle-grained wood. No speeches, no farewells. You rise, step steadier now, and walk toward your canoe. It waits, hull gleaming with oil, sails tightly furled. The elder's laughter follows you, rough as coral, as you wade into waves. When you glance back, he's already turned away, singing lies to giggling children about your cowardice during storms. The sea opens its arms, cool, swallowing your footprints before they're fully formed. Salt crusts your eyelids, worse than dried squid glue. But tonight, the hammock cradles you like tide-washed kelp. Sand still grinds between your toes, rough counterpoint to the woven fibers rocking beneath your back. Laughter echoes from the village, fading as drums surrender to cicada hum. A rogue breeze sneaks through palm fronds, cooling the kava, numbness lingering on your tongue. Stars blur above, streaking like phosphorescence, stirred by a paddle. Historians note Pacific Islanders slept elevated to avoid crab bites, though tonight you trade 10 pinches for one solid, dreamless hour. Your muscles dissolve, each sway sinking with phantom waves. Weightlessness claims you, the hammock, now a floating mat over indigo depths. Below, shapes dart like half-remembered fears, quick silver gone. Suddenly, you kneel on vapor, palms pressed to cloud wool denser than spun coconut fiber. Moonlight bleaches everything. No tools, just fingers, and the urgent need to shape this mist before dawn burns it. You grab fistfuls of cumulus, stretching them into hull curves familiar as your own face. Thunder rumbles approval, or maybe indigestion from last night's feast. A joke forms, something about cloud constipation, but the wind steals it mid-grin. Odd fact, some Maori legends claim rainbows anchor spirits to earthly realms. Yours twist as you work, defying physics like rebellious eels. Red strands resist weaving, slipping through your grasp like squid ink. Blue holds firm, cool, and obedient as lagoon shallows. Lashing presents problems. Moonbeams snap if pulled too tight, starshine frays at the knots. Historians still argue whether Polynesian navigators harnessed lucid dreams to rehearse voyages, or if exhaustion birthed these phantom shipyards. Either way, you're building a double-hulled specter, its prow sharp enough to pierce sunrise. Giggles erupt nearby. Dolphin phantoms circle your creation, snouts nudging the stern. One wears a seaweed lei ridiculous and sublime. Their clicks sound suspiciously like that teenager mocking your shark impression. Stop, critic, you begin, but a pink thunderhead slaps your cheek, playful yet firm. Dream logic shifts. Now you straddle the finished cloud canoe, no paddle, just gravity's tilt, dragging you toward the horizon's bent edge. Islands flicker below, volcanic peaks smeared like wet ink. One resembles your grandfather's nose, hairs and all. You snort awake for a heartbeat before plunging back under sleep's surface. Morning lingers, teasing the eastern sky. Hammock creaks sink with wave lap, two rhythms braiding into a lullaby. A rooster crows, horribly off-key. Villagers would have stewed him days ago. Drifting again, this time through a forest of floating stones. They clack like bamboo wind chimes, each etched with constellations you tattooed decades ago. One stone hums, glowing warm when you press your ear to its surface. Not debris, murmurs a voice like cracking ice. Memory anchors. You turn, finding no one, just a ribbon of starlight coiling around your wrist. It tightens, not unkindly, branding skin with symbols only turtles can read. Daybreak wins, sun scalds your face, chorus of village life, tuning up dogs barking at breadfruit thieves. You blink crust from your lashes, hands still curled around phantom cloud ropes. The feather cloak slid off overnight, now a ragged puddle at your feet. Salt stiffens your hair into homage sea urchin, stretching cracks your spine like a sail snapping taut. Breakfast smoke beckons, fried banana sweetness weaving through fish-scented air. But you linger, fingertips tracing hammock weave, hunting echoes of that rainbow lashing. Only heat remains, dreams evaporating faster than tide pools at noon. A child sprints past, chasing a chicken with your sandal in its beak. It squawks outraged, as if you personally offended its ancestors. You shrug, letting the theft slide. Bare feet slap sun-warmed sand toward the shoreline. Waves nibble your canoe's hull, patient as old lovers. You smirk, remembering that storm when it bucked beneath you wild as an untamed horse. Now it floats serene, doctorus interruptus, even as you clamber aboard. The sails stay furled. No paddles touch water. You collapse onto the deck, sunbeam blanket already laid out. Sleep cheats dragging you under before your cheek hits wood. This time, you forge sails from comet tails, stitching them with threads of owl silence. The mast grows crooked, piercing a hole in the sky. Through it, fish rain down, each species you've ever caught. And 3, you poisoned yourself eating. A shark-shaped cloud swallows your shadow, rippling greedy. You kick it, making contact with nothing but mist. Not today. You mumble, dream voice raspy as the elders. Dolphins return, offering directions in bubble script. One writes jokes in the foam, puns so bad they stain your teeth. Humor fades as the horizon darkens, bruise purple clouds massing like war canoes. Lightning forks, spearing your starboard hull. Instead of burning, it melts into liquid silver, pooling around your ankles. Cold yet buzzing like 1,000 bees. You wake gasping to find actual seawater splashing your legs. Tide crept up ambitious, but harmless. The sky stays cloudless, a bowl of polished turquoise. Laughter leaks from your chest, hoarse startling a heron into flight. Dreams within dreams, voyages chasing voyages. That's the real curse of builders. You can't stop crafting, even in sleep. Sun hangs high, judging your grogginess. Hunger pinches, sharp enough to override pride. You stumble ashore, following smoke signals your stomach, decoded hours ago. Villagers wave, mouths full, offering leaf-wrapped bundles without words. Fish grease stains the papery green, translucent as dragonfly wings. You bite, and the sea floods your tongue, briny sweet, anchoring you firmly in today. No one mentions your erratic naps. They know better than most that building dreams counts as sacred labor. Hammock sways empty when twilight returns waiting. You eye it like a rival lover, tempting and treacherous. Stars wink, complicit. Sleep wins again, inevitable as moon-tugging tide. This time you don't build. You float, limbs slack tethered to the Milky Way by filaments thinner than spider silk. Currents carry you past sleeping whales, their snores vibrating through your ribs. A coral reef blooms below each polyp, singing lullabies in mineral tongues. Peace wraps tighter than any feather cloak, until your toe brushes something solid, would not cloud. Fingertips recognize the grain before your eyes adjust. Koa, same as your canoe, but older, cracked with salt, its hull scarred by storms you've only heard in songs. Footsteps creak above shadow, leaning over the edge. Recognition stabs your own face, stares down, wrinkled as a dried prune, hair white as crashing surf. He grins, missing 3 teeth you still possess. Took you long enough, the future you croaks, extending a hand dotted with seafarer's scars. You reach, but dawn intervenes, gray light erasing him like mist from a mirror. Birds shriek, announcing another day's brutal enthusiasm. Salt stings your sunburned cheeks. The hammock lies empty, its fibers still humming with stolen dreams. You rise stiff as week-old bread and limp toward the canoe. Today you'll carve new paddles, or nap beneath the palms, or teach that chicken thief some manners. Doesn't matter, the clouds will wait patient, knowing you'll dream build them again tonight. Morning light glares off your tools, strewn across the workbench like drunk warriors after a feast. The adze handle catches your eye first, split clean down the middle, a jagged crack mocking yesterday's labor. You lift it, blade wobbling loose, suddenly foreign in hands that knew its balance better than your own heartbeat. Odd fact, Pacific Islanders often oiled wooden handles with coconut milk to prevent cracking. Yours drank palm wine and starlight, maybe that's why it failed. The fracture smells like betrayal, sweet resin soured by salt and sweat. You slump onto the sun-warmed earth, broken tool, cradled like a dead chick. Last week, this blade carved a canoe prow sleek as a dolphin's back. Now it's driftwood. Iron bites harder than bone, they say, but every strike whispers, how long can you last? Villagers start gathering, bare feet silent on packed dirt. They hover dignified as herons until Kamaka breaks the stillness. Took 40 years for my grandfather's adze to crack. His smirk wrinkles deeper than tide pools. You work like a tsunami. Laughter ripples, but eyes stay solemn. Tools carry souls here. You once found a rusted chisel buried beneath your hut, its edge still hungry after generations. Quirky detail. Some Maori believe broken tools house angry Taniwa spirits needing placation. Yours feels tired, not furious, like a draft horse retired mid-plow. You scratch rust from the blade, flakes falling like dried blood. The village elder approaches, her cane tapping each buried memory beneath the soil. Nails rot, she says, letting the paws stretch like tidal foam. Rope frays. Even stone erodes. Only stories outlast the sea. Historians still argue whether Polynesians revered tools as ancestors or merely respected their utility. You know the truth, buried in your palm's callus map. Burying the blade requires ceremony, even if it's just you and 3 cockroach pallbearers. You choose a spot near the banyan tree, roots plunging into dark like longing fingers. No shovel, just hands clawing at humid earth. Kneeling, you smell last night's rain still clinging to the soil. The hole deepens, cool against your knuckles. Sand crabs scatter indignant at the eviction. You lower the broken halves, rusty metal kissing cracked wood, before sealing them under dirt. Someone hums, a tuneless vibration older than hymns. Others join, throats buzzing like didgeridoos. It's less song, more ground tremor, the kind felt in molars. Kamaka tosses a fistful of crushed coral onto the fresh mound. For sharp journeys, he mutters, already turning toward breakfast. Alone now, you press a palm to the disturbed earth waiting. Nothing happens. No spectral adze rises gleaming. No ancestral voice booms approval. Just ants reconquering their kingdom. Sun climbs higher, baking your neck raw. Sweat beads trickle into the burial site, salty tears for a salty friend. You imagine roots creeping down, green tendrils digesting steel, wrapping splintered wood into woody veins. Iron becomes mango sweetness in 7 summers. Metal transformed into something that tastes like sky. A gecko drops onto your shoulder, tongue flicking your earlobe. Its tail curls, a question mark, made of scales. Yeah, you sigh, brushing it off gently. I'll eat. The walk home feels longer, like wading through liquid dusk. Your shadow stretches gaunt, a charcoal smear against blinding sand. By afternoon, your fingers itch for the adze's weight. Muscle memory betrays you, reaching for a ghost at your belt. Blisters feel insulted, healed too soon, unused. You eye the unfinished hull waiting under palm fronds, its curves impatient. Without the adze, the rhythm breaks, like skipping every 3rd heartbeat. Solution: improvise. You grab a coral chunk rough as a shark's cheek and attack the stubbornest plank. It grinds wood like a drunk scraping bark, but progress is progress. The elder watches, leaning on her cane, saying nothing. Her silence weighs more than sermons. By dusk, your makeshift tool blunts into a pebble. The plank sports 2 pathetic gouges, hardly worthy of a toddler's sandcastle. You fling the coral into the waves, savagely satisfied by its tiny splash. Night arrives with mosquitoes and mutiny. You hunker by the fire, gnawing roasted yam like it owes you money. Kamaka sidles over, dumping something heavy into your lap. His personal adze, handle polished smooth as whalebone, blade glinting like a smirk. Don't get attached, he growls, already retreating into shadow. The new tool fits all wrong balanced for his hunched swing, not your wild chops. Yet warmth seeps through the wood, something alive humming beneath your fingers. You test it on a scrap plank. The blade bites clean and deep, singing a different song from your dead companion. Grief shifts, becoming fuel. Stars swivel overhead, audience to your private resurrection. Each strike carves gratitude into the night air. Tomorrow you'll find bamboo for a proper handle. Tonight you work until blisters bloom fresh, and the ghosts of broken tools nod approval from their earthy beds. Morning arrives sticky, wood shavings glued to your forearms like barnacles on a reef ledge. You blink sleep grit from your eyes. The borrowed adze still clutched loose in your limp fingers. Kamaka's tool didn't abandon you, though your palm throbs a protest against its alien grip. Then you see her, a girl of maybe 7 summers, fingertips ghosting over the canoe's prow. Her feet shuffle, leaving mini craters in the sand. Too small for serious work, yet her stare lasers into the hull, dissecting every curve. Did the wood scream when you cut it? She asks, not looking up. Trick question. Experts think Polynesian canoe builders sang to trees before felling them, apologies wrapped in melody. You grin, tossing a wood chip at her toes. Only when I hit my thumb. She frowns, unimpressed. Mama says canoes have spirits smarter than ours. Quirky note. Some Rapa Nui legends claim unfinished canoes whisper advice at high tide. You've heard only termites gnawing. Still, you crouch, wiping resin streaks on your thigh. Got a name, little critic. Lanny, she announces, chin lifting like the prow itself. Dawn light catches the brass compass wedged in your tool bundle. A European relic traded for 3 shark teeth. Lanny's eyes snag on it wide as full moons. She inches closer, sandalwood scent mixing with the salty air. Uncle says we sailed oceans before metal birds flew. Her finger hovers near the compass, needle daring it to move. Just follow jellyfish lights under the waves. Historians still argue whether Polynesians used bioluminescent plankton as nighttime navigational aids. You've watched those ghost trails, but trust the stars more. Jellyfish don't pay attention, you mutter, tapping the compass glass. Stars keep appointments. Lanny's nose wrinkles. She pokes the canoe hull, a hollow thunk answering. This one's fat. Why not skinny, like the racing canoes in Hikianalia pictures? A fair dig. Modern replicas slimmed down for speed, while your design favors cargo space. You flicker braid, half-hidden laughter warming your ribs. Skinny canoes flip when carrying 10 pigs and your nosy uncle. She giggles, high and bright, then sobers fast. Small hands press flat against the koa wood, absorbing its sun-warmed thrum. You notice her pinky finger, crooked from some forgotten tumble, pressed hard into the grain. "Teach me," Lanny demands, not begging, commanding. A memory flashes, your own stubborn face at 8, hounding grandfather between ad swings. "Ever gut a fish?" She nods, too quick. Steering's harder, you grab a stick, sketching waves in the sand. Miss the current's dance, and you'll spin like a drunk spinner dolphin. Lanny crouches, copying your squiggles with her own stick. She adds shark fins, crude but enthusiastic. "I'd steer where the birds go, not your wiggly lines." Practical. Frigate birds flying low meant land near. Every voyager knew that. Yet the stick slips, her sandbird morphing into a lopsided turtle. She scowls, scrubbing it out with her heel. You pluck green bark off a nearby naupaka shrub, rolling it between your palms until it bleeds sap. Here Lanny hesitates, then cups her hands. You dribble the sticky liquid, amber strings connecting your fingers to hers. "Resin seals cracks," you say, smearing some on the hull's roughest patch. "Keep it even, unless you want barnacle beards growing mid-voyage." She copies you, earnest as a priestess blessing a shrine. Half the resin ends up in her hair, the rest glopping onto the wood like fetal octopuses. Kamaka materializes, dropping a steaming taro leaf bundle by your feet. "Starting a nursery, eh?" Lanny sticks her tongue out, resin-tacky fingers raised like claws. He needs help. His hands shake from keeping you out of trouble. You shoot back, peeling the leaf wrap. Steam carries coconut scent. Your stomach growls treasonously. She watches you eat, elbows propped on the canoe's edge. What if it sinks? Then we'll blame your terrible resin work. A snort escapes her, too dignified for a child. She circles the hull, inspecting lashings with narrowed eyes. You let her, chewing slowly. The morning buzzes, bees drunk on plumeria pollen, waves shushing the shore like gossipy aunties. When your fingers curl around the adze again, Lanny grabs your wrist. Her grip's surprising, calluses already blooming on her palm. "Let me." Kamaka coughs, a failed laugh disguise. You consider refusing, then see your grandmother's stubborn jawline in her small face. The adze feels comically huge in her hands. You adjust her grip, thumb knuckle aligned with the blade's curve. Short swings, you warn. No hero chops. Her first strike gouges air, nearly toppling her. The second bounces off the wood, leaving a love-tap dent. Pretend you're cracking open a coconut, you murmur, steadying her elbow. Not fighting a war. Third swing. The blade bites, slicing a thumbnail's worth of wood. Lanny freezes, awed by her own power. A breeze riffles her hair, sun lighting each strand like spun glass. For a breath, she's no longer a child, but the next chain in an ancient anchor line. You step back, letting her chips fly wild. The adze thunks, uneven but earnest. Each miss makes her scowl deeper. Each hit sparks a grin. When she finally tires, blisters rising on her palm, she drops the tool and presses her ear to the hull. Hear that? She beckons you urgently. You kneel, placing your ear against sun-warmed wood. Ocean rumble, distant gull cries, your own pulse. Nothing, you admit. Lanny rolls her eyes, hot with childhood certainty. It's singing. Can't you feel it? High above, a dark shape wheels. A iwa bird, wings stretched to steal the wind's secrets. Lanny points, resin-streaked finger tracking its path. Going to fetch more islands, she declares. You don't correct her. Don't mention that iwa means thief, or that they follow ships hoping for scraps. Let her keep the magic for now. Reality arrives soon enough. The next hour slips by her sandcastle engineering of your woodpile yours, and Kamaka's shared eye rolls when her mother finally appears, scolding waves in her voice. Lanny bolts. But she returns at dusk, barefoot and breathless, carrying a tiny adze carved clumsily from driftwood, her own invention, blade-edge sharpened coral lashed with seaweed twine. She attacks an off-cut plank, chips flying like angry fairies. Your turn to watch, she orders, not looking back. Stars emerge, one by one. As her shadow stretches long across the hull, you settle against a palm trunk, smile lines deepening. The sea exhales, a contented sigh against the shore. Your hand opens, ready to guide hers when the tide asks. Salt crusts your temples, more white than black now, sun-baked streaks matching the canoe's foam-tipped wake. 20 voyages layer your skin, each storm's rage printed in crease maps around your eyes. Knees creak louder than new sennit cord when you rise. But the canoe floats, young, still hungry for horizons. They bring you teenagers to train sullen boys, squinting at their phone screens like tiny compasses. You pit them against Lanny, now grown taller. Then her own driftwood adds, her strikes precise as ancestor star charts. Her crooked pinky hooks the tool just right, no wasted motion. Your turn, she tells a scowling boy, shoving the adze handle first. He swings wild blades screeching against rock-hard koa, like cracking coconut. Lanny mimics your ghost voice, hand on hip. You cough-laugh, spitting sand. History, chill Polynesians revived voyaging traditions in the 1970s after colonial bans, stitching past to present. These boys wouldn't last 10 minutes with grandfather's starvation voyages. Months blur, waves retreating into memory. Your hands shake tying knots, fingers ignoring commands. Lanny swoops in, fixes your fumbled lashings, says nothing. Her palms mirror yours now, callous mountains crisscrossed with blade scars. Take the Hikianalia. You order one morning, tongue thick as wet rope. Your apprentice crew freezes, polyurethane paddles halfway to the outrigger. The Hikianalia, a double-hulled beast, feasts on rough seas. Let's see their YouTube muscles fight real waves. They glance at Lanny, the true captain now. She dips her chin, just barely. Launch day arrives, clouds huddled like gossiping elders. You stay ashore, bare feet buried in cool sand. Wind carries their shouts, half terror, half joy, as the canoe guzzles open ocean. Rain arrives sideways, salt stinging your cheeks. A younger, you would have cursed being landlocked, But seasons change. Historians still argue whether Polynesian elders retired or just switched crafts, like reef fish changing hues. You watch Lanny lean into the gale, spine straight as a mast, and know the answer. Sunset stains the returning hull bronze, the boys slump-drenched, eyelids twitching with exertion. Lanny hops onto shore, grinning despite split knuckles. They cried halfway, she whispers, offering her arm for balance. Pigs would have rowed better, you grunt, leaning into her warmth. Darkness falls, moonlight lacquering the hull. You kneel despite protesting hips and sprinkle sea salt over the prow. Corklore claims salt preserves not just wood, but the craftsman's soul lodged within. Tomorrow, you'll find your bed pillow glittering with briny evidence. Morning brings aching stillness, the crew asleep in hammocks. Rainwater sloshes in your gourd as you limp toward the canoe. Lanny's there already, rubbing oil into wood with rhythmic strokes. Heard Kupuna whispers last night. She murmurs, not looking up. Your eyebrow arches, silent question. The koa said you paddle crooked. Lies you snap, throwing a mango pit at her head. She dodges, laughs, then lifts a scarred palm. Silence stretches surf crashing farther out. Your last launch, she says, finally soft as tide withdrawing. Next moon. Your throat clenches, wave-rocked memories hitting shore. Grandfather vanished mid-voyage, flesh dissolving into salt spray legends. Practical, if abrupt. You prefer goodbyes with land underfoot. 10 mornings later, canoe groaning beneath gifts. 10 woven mats, 8 water gourds, sweet potatoes wrapped in tea leaves. No compass this time, just driftwood steering paddle polished shiny by your thumbs. Lanny secures the final lashing mouth tight. Don't sink, she warns, voice cracking. Now, who's the critic? Your hug crushes her ribs, salt taste on both cheeks. They watch you push off, villagers blurring into watercolor smudges. Your hands grip the paddle, knuckles bone pale. The canoe remembers slicing waves with youthful spite. One island fades behind, then another. Wind picks up, carrying unexpected music. Lanny's voice, wishful thinking. No, it's the koa wood humming deep as whale songs. Salt crusts your lashes, blurring stars into cloudy vistas. Dawn arrives, gentle light licking peeled paint into gold. Your paddle drifts sideways, fingers too stiff to protest. That's okay. The canoe knows the way. Your grip loosens on the paddle, fingers surrendering to the ocean's rhythm. No storm harasses you today, only endless blue stretching smoother than polished koa. Hours bleed together, sun climbing, then crouching like a shy child. You sip rainwater warm and metallic from the smallest gourd. Hunger abandoned you days ago, a relief. Belly complaints distract from bird whispers and wave songs. One frigate bird glides overhead, forked tail scissering clouds. Polynesian navigators once followed such birds for days, knowing they'd lead to fish-rich waters, and thus land. This one circles twice, judging your empty fishing hooks, then veers west. Day 4 or 5, you spot floating debris. Not driftwood, a plastic shampoo bottle bobbing cheerful as a tourist. Pink lettering proclaims mango tango, its optimism mocking your sun-cracked lips. You scoop it up, half expecting a genie. It becomes a stool, flat sides braced against the hull. Sharks visit, that night dorsal fins etching moonlit zigzags around the canoe. Not scavengers, just curious neighbors checking your strange floating house. One bumps the outrigger, its skin scraping like sandpaper on wet stone. No vacancy, you croak, tapping the hull with your heel. They leave before dawn, their shadows sliding deeper into indigo. Folklore claims sharks avoid canoes smeared with menstrual blood, though you suspect that specific deterrent won't apply here. Stars emerge sharper tonight, no moon to bully them into dimness. You trace familiar constellations. That fishhook shape Captain Cook later renamed Scorpius, its curve perfect for snagging dreams. The sky feels nearer now, close enough to scrape your knuckles on its black velvet. Currents shift midday, water cooling, as if refrigerated. Your paddle rasps against something submerged, not coral. Peering over the edge, you spot a forest below. Kelp stalks tower 30 feet tall, swaying like hula skirts in liquid wind. Historians still argue whether Polynesians mapped hidden seamounts or just trusted luck to find these fish-lush jungles. You drift, kelp fingertips brushing the hull. A sea turtle surfaces beside you, algae dreadlocks trailing. It blinks slow as molasses before diving toward those underwater trees. For a breath, you consider following. Morning brings thirst's razor edge. Gourds sit empty, their hollow bellies clacking like bones. Sun sears your scalp through thinning hair. You tear a strip from your woven mat, soak it in seawater, press it to your forehead. Salt stings, but the dampness soothes. Clouds gather, purple-bellied and scowling. Wind slaps your cheeks, a frantic warning. Too late for storm prep, you lash yourself to the mast with sennit cord. Rain comes sideways, needles pricking every inch of skin. You catch drops on your tongue, greedy as a fledgling. Thunder groans, waves lifting the canoe like a toy. Not terrified, not calm, just observing. This tempest feels personal, an old lover demanding one last dance. You let it lead, hips rocking with each wave's heave. Faster, you challenge, teeth bared at the lightning. The storm exhausts itself by dawn, leaving the sea glassy and repentant. Your mat drips heavy as chainmail. Something glints near your feet. A flying fish, silver side up, gasping its last on the hull floor. Breakfast. Raw flesh tastes metallic, but your body sings gratitude. You offer the head to the ocean, trade, not theft, then rinse sticky fingers overboard. Lanny's face flickers in memory, sharp, then blurry. Did you forget to teach her the ill-cleaning chant? No, you demonstrated twice. She'll remember. Days blur into watercolor washes. Sunrises melt into sunsets, one long exhale of gold and violet. Sleep comes in snatches, head lolling against the mast. You dream of grandfather whittling a paddle from moonlight, his hands translucent as jellyfish. One noon, you smell dirt. Not metaphorical longing, actual soil, peat and leaf rot and worms. Land scent shouldn't reach this far from atolls. Yet there it is, thick as a blanket. Currents quicken, pulling the canoe like a leash. Ahead, a line of froth marks where two oceans clash. The hull shudders, wood groaning. You tighten the sennit around your waist, knots weakened by weeks of salt. Dragons live here, according to drunk fishermen's tales, massive eels that swallow kayaks whole. Nonsense, probably. Still, your nape hairs prickle as waves steepen into liquid cliffs. The canoe crests a swell, hanging weightless for a heartbeat, then plunges down its backside. Hull joints scream. Cold spray soaks your mat, its reek of mildew sharpening. Something massive glides beneath you, shadow stretching wider than the canoe. Not an eel, wrong shape. Too fluid, a whale. No breach, no spout, just presence. Then it's gone, leaving the water strangely still. Even the wind holds its breath. Your hands fumble with the last gourd, half a sip, sloshing inside. Throat raw, you let the droplets linger under your tongue. Taste conjures Lanny's village, rainwater cisterns overflowing during typhoons, children shrieking as they played in the deluge. Stars emerge early tonight, crowded and bright. They pulse like 1,000 hungry eyes. You count them, not for navigation, just to stay awake. When did sleep become the enemy? Strange, after years craving hammock naps between canoe repairs. Now you fight heavy eyelids, scared to miss what? The sea offers no answers, just its endless inhale-exhale against the hull. Currents shift again, gentler this time. Warm water, now bathtub hot. Bioluminescence sparks in your wake, tiny galaxies swirling where the paddle disturbs the depths. You trail fingers through liquid stars, flicking droplets that glitter like diamond dust. One splashes your cheek, a cold kiss. Grandfather's voice whispers through the splash, almost home. Dawn bleeds across the sky, crimson smeared on charcoal. Ahead, a shape interrupts the horizon. Too angular for clouds, land or a dream of land. Your eyes refuse to focus, pupils exhausted from squinting at waves. The current quickens, no paddle needed now. Ocean pulls you toward that blurry silhouette, like a mother tugging a straying child. Cliffs resolve, black volcanic rock weeping with moss. No beach, just stone fangs gnashing at the waves. You brace, hips protesting, as the canoe veers toward a narrow channel. Water funnels through the gap, roaring like a blown conch shell, speeding up, hull skimming foam. The mast scrapes rock, splinters raining. One outrigger snaps, its broken arm slapping the current. No fear, just curiosity. Where exactly is this tide taking you? Darkness swallows the canoe, a cave mouth yawning wide. Your eyes adjust slowly, stalactites dripping overhead. The air smells ancient, wet stone and long-lost tides. At the cave's heart, a glowing pool, not reflected light, The water itself shines, turquoise radiance rippling up the walls. You dip your hand, fingers tingling, as if dipped in fizzy wine. The canoe drifts to the pool's edge, hull kissing stone. Silence folds around you thick as burial cloth. You untie the sennit belt, knees cracking as you stand. The woven mat gets folded neat, placed on the seat like a hotel towel. Bare feet touch wet rock, cool and smooth. One look back, the canoe already fading into shadow. Then you step into the light, water warm as blood, and let it pull you under. No struggle, just release. The glow brightens, then fades, then brightens again, pulsing like a sleeping thing's breath. Currents tug your clothes, your hair, your calluses. Salt dissolves from your skin, every scar and sunspot erased. You don't breathe, don't need to. Somewhere above, the canoe drifts empty, riding a new current out to sea. You sink deeper, rock walls narrowing into a tunnel. Pressure builds, not painful, just insistent. Whispers curl around your ears, not Lanny, not grandfather, but the ocean itself. A final turn, the tunnel spits you into open water. Sunlight shafts down, illuminating a canyon floor carpeted with clamshells. Their valves gape, pearls glittering inside like trapped stars. A shape detaches from the gloom, massive and slow. Not shark, not whale, longer, sleeker, its body shimmering with opal scales. It circles you once, bigger than the village meeting house, eye the size of your torso. The pupil contracts, focusing. You reach out, fingertips brushing cool hide. The beast shudders, then turns heading west. You follow. Sand grinds between your toes, the beach shuddering as another wave retreats. Villagers line the shore, hands shading brows, staring where the canoe vanished hours ago. Your grandson grips your thumb, his palms sweaty as overripe breadfruit, still waiting for your promised wave. Wind plucks at flower, lays around necks. Tire blossoms spiraling into the surf. Women sway, chanting dirges older than the coral reef. Men stand stone still, every muscle remembering the grip of paddlewood. No one speaks. After all, what farewell remains unsaid once the horizon eats a soul? Waves keep their rhythm, uncaring that today they swallowed history. Off-key and ordinary, the ocean hums its same greedy tune. Someone coughs, the sound cracking like dry kelp. A toddler, not yet wise, points at floating seaweed grandpa's boat. Laughter fizzes, then dies guilty as snuffing a sacred flame. The canoe took half your village's soul when it dissolved into that blue, leaving behind salty-faced statues. Grandfather's ghost leans on you, his weight familiar, whispering overripe truths no one else hears. Remember teaching Lanny to read currents? He asks, voice thick as coconut cream. You do. You also remember her body wrapped in hibiscus cloth, fed to reef sharks behind the atoll. No marker, just the sea's memory. Should have used shark-repelling herbs, grandfather muses, low enough that only your regrets stir. Fishermen once rubbed certain leaves on their hulls, a stink sharks supposedly hate. Wouldn't have saved Lanny, but ancestors love useless hindsight. Clouds bruise the late sky, purple swelling under sunset's amber. Water darkens to ink, yet the villagers linger, hoping. History claims Polynesians could track voyagers for days by seabird patterns, reading turns like roadmap arrows. Tonight, no birds guide them, just thickening dark. Chemo, the net mender, shuffles forward his limp, pronounced by grief. Fish scales still silver his forearms from yesterday's catch. He cups hands around his mouth. Come home. The sea spits back silence. Men drag bonfire logs into a pyramid, fire stick waiting. But no one strikes the spark. What flames could compete with the stars, already blooming overhead? Someone strums a ukulele. One string snapped notes, unraveling like old rope. Your grandson tugs your thumb. Will Papa become a dolphin? Not sure, you rasp. Historians still argue whether ancient wayfinders recorded underwater volcanoes or those glowing lava roots were pure luck. But everyone agrees the ocean recycles her children. A splash ruptures the gloom offshore. Heads swivel hope sharp as fishhooks. Then a tuna leaps, its silver body a blade, slicing the moon's reflection. Just hunger playing tricks. Chemo sighs, slumping onto damp sand. But grandfather's ghost stiffens, hand clamping your shoulder the turn. A white bird arrows overhead, wings whistling. It circles once, a shriek shredding the quiet, then dives toward the weeping crowd. Tiny claws snatch Liko's tear mid-fall, a salt pearl stolen from her lashes. The tern climbs, glistening trophy in its beak, then vanishes westward. It's him, Liko whispers, hand pressed to her now dry cheek, sending word he needs no tears. Logs erupt into flame, finally, as if the bird's theft ignited the air. Sparks spiral upward, mimicking stars. Singing begins, chants welcoming a traveler to the long dark. Your grandson leaps trying to catch fireflies, while elders ladle bitter carve into clam shells. The drink tastes like chestnut husks, soaks tongues numb, yet tonight it soothes. You drift, bare feet sinking deeper, with each wave's retreat. Sand holds warmth from suns you'll never feel again. Someone passes grilled octopus, charred arms curled tenderly, but appetite drowned hours ago. Hungry, you ask grandfather's specter. He sniffs, only for stories you'll tell the boy, where waves erased the canoe's path, phosphorescent sparks. Green pinpricks swirl, forming a shape, brief as a skipped heartbeat before dissolving. Some claim these lights are squid love songs. Others say dead sailors, sending signals. You sip kava burn, staining your lips purple. Dawn bleeds pink when the crowd thins, stumbling toward sleep. Kids drag feet, leaving toe trenches in the sand. Chemo coughs, a wet sound, chest weary from years of reef diving. You stay, grandson asleep against your thigh, breath puffing against your sarong. Waves yawn tired of performing sorrow. Grandfather's fingers flicker, translucent, petting the boy's hair. He'll need to learn the star rhymes, he murmurs, fading with the stars. Horizon brightens, swallowing night. Today, fishers will mend nets, women pound taro, elders nap in hammocks, and you'll teach constellations to small ears, ensuring the sea never swallows all the stories. Generations dissolve like salt in seawater, and you mere bones beneath a pandanus tree now are mostly forgotten. Except tonight, under a moon fat as a split coconut, lit waves churn off Motunui's reef. Fishermen hauling nets pause, squinting at the phosphorescence. Tupaya, look. A young man whispers, elbowing his uncle. Dancing green light deepens, forming twin hulls ghostly as breath on cold water. No paddles dip, yet the phantom canoe glides, its wake glittering like a snail's silver trail. Another drunk vision grunts Tupaya, rubbing, eyes raw from squinting at tuna runs. Yet his calloused hands tremble. Ocean murmurs rise, not waves, but voices tangled in kelp, low chants, star charts sung to unborn children, adze blades kissing ancient hardwood. The ghost craft drifts closer, revealing figures silhouetted against moonshine. Translucent hands grip steering oars carved with whale teeth patterns, storm-drowned sailors. A boy whimpers, digging toes into wet sand. Tupaya snorts, kicking an empty clamshell. Nephew, don't you know anything? Remember old Hina's stories. Some builders never stop shaping boats. Historians fuss over dusty logs, documenting how Polynesian wayfinders mapped currents by Jupiter's wobble. But living seas have better tales, like crews swallowed by rogue waves who kept voyaging. Fishermen here swear human laughter scares sharks, logic as thin as minnow broth. Yet whole crews cackle during night catches. The spectral canoe pivots, tacking against winds that don't ruffle real sails. Its mast stretches taller than any living tree, rigging, humming a tune like worn-out ukulele strings. Tupaya's breath hitches, spotting a figure at the prow. Impossible, the ghost wears his grandfather's lopsided grin, same scar, notching an eyebrow. His Hawaiian sling still dangles from a belt woven of moonlight. He hated the sea, whispers the nephew, swore it stole his laughter. Tupaya finishes, yet their grandfather sails, root beer-brown eyes, crinkled mouth, open in a silent howl of joy. Currents tug his gray hair into wild tufts like osprey nests. A second phantom vessel emerges, then a third, each trailing aurora green tendrils. A child's canoe, barely longer than a surfboard, darts between them. Laughter tinkles, ice melting in coconut milk. That's Lanny's giggle, Tupaya says, startled. His cousin vanished 3 monsoons back, caught in a squall while fetching medicine weed. Scholars sift pottery shards, debating whether Polynesians glimpsed Antarctica before Europeans, citing oral tales of frost seas, biting fingers black. But you know truth stains deeper than ink. The navigator's path spans everywhere warmth touches, and a few places it forgot. Wind shifts, carrying the smell of burning sandalwood, the scent old wives lit when births went wrong. The ghost fleet dims, hulls fading to lace. Grandfather taps his chest, where blown glass marbles once jingled in a pouch gifts for surviving grandkids. Tupaya's lips crack into a grin wide as the lagoon at high tide. He hefts his net, dumping tonight's wriggling haul onto the beach. You see, he tells his nephew, watching the last shimmer die, some souls aren't lost. Boy meets man, lightness swelling between them, while waves erase the glowing tracks. Anchored folk never understand building isn't about wood, but motion. The first vessel ever made was a question, not a boat, and the ocean loves keeping her secrets. The horizon flattens, empty now, except inside every watcher's chest. A frigate bird shrieks, reminding them dawn hunts wait. Come on, Tupaya growls, not unkindly, toweling fish guts onto his shorts. We've got work to do. He trudges toward the drying racks, humming the tide-counting song his grandfather taught him. Behind him, gulls fight over mackerel heads, oblivious to the fleet, only children and fools glimpse. Out past the reef, something huge breaches, whale song vibrating the deep. If you listen close, it sounds like rusty hinges, doors swinging open forever. Tupaya's footsteps sink into damp sand, each print cradled by the retreating tide. His hands, still humming from phantom or wood, now spread tomorrow's catch on banana leaves. Stars press closer, blinking like thirsty dolphins. The nephew lingers, peering where light and sea blurred together. Salt crusts his lashes, yet he doesn't wipe it away. They're still sailing, aren't they? Always, Tupaya murmurs, knotting a frayed net with fingers that remember every storm. Waves sigh against the beach, their rhythm older than coral, older than fear. Frigate birds tuck wings, perching on rocks painted silver by the moon. Even they grow quiet now. Grandfather's laugh lingers in the wind, not as sound, but as warmth beneath the collarbone. No one truly leaves, the ocean keeps them, polished smooth as driftwood. You feel it, don't you? The way currents sway beneath your own ribs, gentle as a child's canoe rocked in tide pools. Your breath slows, matching the pull of unseen moons. Every voyage ends, yet every voyage begins. Horizons exist to soften sharp thoughts, to blur the line between sailing and stillness. Even now, your eyelids grow heavier than adze sharpened koa wood. Whispers rise, not from waves, but from within. They hum a lullaby of tide charts and paddle strokes. Your fingers relax, your jaw unclenches. The night cradles Matunui and all who rest upon her. Listen, a last whale song trembles through deep water, a rusty hinge welcoming you inward. Hulls of dream canoes gleam just beyond sight waiting. Nothing is lost, dear traveler, nothing forgotten. Let the stars handle the watching now. You've sailed so far already. Sand nestles your imagined toes. Waves lick the shore with endless patience. Breathe out and release the anchor.